Ain't be over until it gets started. Right. As the mayor of the town of Clayton, I'd like to call this regular town council meeting to order. Ask you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let us pray. Most gracious and heavenly Father, we pause to give you thanks for the many blessings of this day. And we ask, Lord, now that you be with us as we proceed with the business for the town of Clayton. For it's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. So if I put my sunglasses on, it's not because I'm trying to look cool up here, but this is really about 10 more minutes and it should be gone away. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, sir. We would like to go ahead and move section 6, public hearings, until after old business, as well as just note under that item, the FY25 budget, the potential action for that should read potential adoption, not just informational only. So that would move that item to after items under old business.
All right, I got that noted. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as presented. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Up next is your consent agenda.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Up next under administrative items is Clayton for You, and our presenter is Nathaniel Shelton, Communication Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I have the pleasure tonight to introduce to you our new educational video series called Clayton for You. In that, we try to tackle a variety of issues and frequently asked questions. The videos that you will see over the next year will be reflected of input that we've received from our departments and basically their most pressing things. Some of those topics will be like role of town council and what do they do, building inspections versus home inspections. What is the ETJ? You know, I know we get that one a lot. So tonight you're going to see the trailer for that series, and then we will bring a new episode to you every 2 weeks during council meetings. And as always, if you have any ideas or things that you would like to be touched on, let us know and we'll include it in the schedule.
Awesome. Thank you.
Daniel?
Welcome to Clayton, North Carolina. We are one of the fastest growing towns in the state and home to more than 30,000 residents. Our growing community is known for its hometown feel, beautiful parks and greenways, a vibrant downtown, and community events. Clayton for You is a new series that aims to provide our community with a unique understanding of everything under our umbrella in 90 seconds or less. Twice a month, we will dive deeper into how the town operates and what programs, resources, and services are available to you. We hope this series will answer your everyday questions and highlight our commitment to making Clayton a great place to live, work, and play. Thanks for watching, and be sure to follow us on social media to keep up with Clayton for You and other town updates.
Awesome.
And I just wanted to, yes, sir, go ahead.
Any questions or comments for staff? All right. Thank you all very much. We're very excited about this educational opportunity.
Thank you, sir. And I just wanted to thank my staff, if I can, Emily Stahl and Kat White, and additionally, Daniel Bizzle, who is walking out right now.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to your team. Up next under introductions and special presentation is a National Public Works Week proclamation. Town of Clayton Proclamation, National Public Works Week, May 19th through 25th, 2024. Whereas public works professionals are part of a multifaceted department and play an essential role in our everyday lives, though we may not know it. And whereas in Clayton, dedicated public works teams tirelessly maintain and improve our streets, manage fleet services, oversee facility maintenance, and care for public grounds, all of which are crucial to our town's daily operations and future growth. And whereas the hard work of these professionals is vitally important in preserving town-owned assets and grounds, which house structures and services that enhance the health, well-being, and enjoyment of the public. And whereas it is crucial for the town's residents, visitors, employees, and leaders to understand and appreciate the vital roles of public works, whether they be frontline workers, specialists, or clerical staff. And whereas their dedication and continued efforts foster community pride, support our everyday routines and activities, and strengthen the overall performance and vitality of the town through integral programs. And whereas this year, 2024, we celebrate the 64th annual National Public Works Week, an opportunity endorsed by the American Public Works Association to acknowledge and honor the workers and dedication of public work professionals across the nation and right here at home. Now, therefore, on behalf of the Clayton Town Council, we do hereby proclaim May 19th through the 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week in Clayton and urge our citizens to join in recognizing and celebrating the contributions of our public works professionals. Let us participate in community activities, events, and ceremonies that highlight their commitment to enhancing our health, safety, and quality of life. Proclaimed this 20th day of May, 2024. And if I could ask our Public Works team to please come forward so that I can present this proclamation to you and we can get a picture. Nice round of applause for these folks.
Maria.
Up next on the agenda is a quasi-judicial hearing. It's the 2023-189 SUP Full House Storage Unit. And at this time, I will give the floor to the attorney to give information that pertains to quasi-judicial hearings.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. As you all know, this is referred to as an evidentiary hearing or a due process hearing. Certain rules apply similar to rules in a court of law. Council sits as judges and hears the evidence. Certain evidentiary rules apply with respect to expert testimony. Witnesses are sworn, and at the end of the hearing, the council is to weigh the evidence that's been presented and determine whether it meets the required findings as set forth in the ordinance. It's not a discretionary hearing or a legislative hearing. You're bound by the evidence as presented.
All right.
If there's anyone wishing to testify, if you'll please step forward and raise your right hand, and also sign the affirmation, the sheet present. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. So before you today, we have the Full House Self-Storage. They're coming in requesting a special use permit. This was originally submitted under the former UDC, the Unified Development Code, and that is why under that it was required for a special use permit for a self-storage facility within this, what was the B3 Highway Business Zoning District. Here you can see it's located with frontage along US Highway 70 Business, but the primary access would be off of 2 Court there along Gateway Drive in the Gateway Medical Office area. The property in question is 2.14 acres. It's currently a vacant site, and that's right there on the map for you there. What they're proposing today is an 84,000 square foot climate-controlled storage facility with approximately 549 units. It is a 4-story building measuring approximately 52 feet in height. Here is an image, a higher view image of the associated site plan here. You can see the footprint of the building, the 4-story building there, along with required parking and the primary access there to the 2 Court cul-de-sac. There you can also see a wet pond as well. Again, this is included for informational purposes only. The Town Council is deciding on the special use permit. This site plan has been reviewed and approved by TRC in the March of 2024, and this was also reviewed under the old UDC. Here's just a more up-close view of the overall site plan for you here. Again, you can see that where it connects there, it only has one access to 2 Court, as it is centered in the middle of the end of that cul-de-sac there. Here is some elevations for the site itself. Again, it measures about 51 feet and 8 inches above. They are proposing 25% masonry element along the front here, as you can see there, and they're limiting the any type of metal to a minimum of 10%, which was the requirement under the UDC. As far as the future land use map, this shows this area as an employment center. It's up to council to consider whether or not that whether a self-storage facility is consistent with the future land use and whether or not that it creates and develops employment opportunities for the town. Surrounding districts, as you can see there to the east, we have more B3 or now corridor commercial under the UDO. To the north, there is what was RE residential estate or now residential large lot zoning district. There is agricultural uses directly adjacent to the property. Here we have like a daycare present here. Across the street is the potential future site for the new ABC store. And this is the location for the Paulville kennel as well. Some considerations: the town council shall make the final decision regarding the special use permit. Special use permits shall address specific findings of fact. As mentioned by the Attorney Jim here, Town Council shall consider the recommendations in the staff report and may approve the SUP with proposed conditions, add or remove conditions with the agreement of the applicant. They may deny the application upon finding that one or more of the findings of fact are not met, or may send the application back to the technical review committee for additional consideration. The 4 findings of fact: 1, that the application will not materially endanger the public health, safety, or if located where proposed development according to plans as submitted and approved. 2, that the application meets all requirements, specifications, and conforms to the standards and practices of sound land use planning and the town code of ordinances and other applicable regulations. 3, that the application will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property and will not be detrimental to the use or development of adjacent properties or neighboring uses. And number 4, the application will not adversely affect the adopted plans and policies of the town or violate the character of existing standards of development of the adjacent properties. Speaking to finding of fact number 2, The only one area where the applicant is not currently meeting all the findings of fact is that our code under 155-400I 1 through 2 does require cross-access location to adjacent parcels. So here they would be required to have some type of stub or cross-access to this parcel here to the north, and then potentially one to this location here to the right. The applicant will speak to this. There are some considerations. This area was already, this daycare that's present here now was already developed, and they obviously did not build a stub to be connected to. And the closest connection here is actually a roundabout, which is used for drop off and pickup for children, something to be considered. Additionally, the applicant will speak to topographical reasons along the property's boundary here that they will show or argue that meets the exception for them to not provide the extension or the cross-access connection. They also point out here that this area is part of this parcel to the north that has frontage access along to court, and that any kind of cross-access is not necessary because this parcel could be futurely accessed from this area here. If you were to approve this, staff is recommending the following conditions of approval. 1, that the development shall be constructed in substantial conformance with the special use permit as approved by Town Council and the associated site plan 2023-188 SP that was approved by the TRC committee and town staff. Number 2, any condition imposed as part of the site plan approval shall be remain in effect. And the applicant is here and prepared to speak to the Town Council and provide a presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. I'm Merrick Parrott with Parker Pro Adams and Bernstein, 301 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh. Thrilled to be here tonight. I am representing the applicant for the use permit, Full House Storage. As staff noted, we're here tonight for a use permit to construct a self-storage facility at 301 2 Court just off of Highway 70. We are here for a use permit. As the town attorney mentioned, we are here to present evidence on the 4 findings of fact for use permits. As staff noted, the application has gone through the TRC process and has reviewed the use permit, and excited to be here tonight. We do have 2 expert witnesses to present evidence on the findings of fact. Mr. Cameron Rice, a senior project manager with Advanced Civil Design. He's here to speak to the health and safety finding as well as the finding that the plans are in compliance with the town's code. We also have Nicholas Kirkland, a state certified real estate appraiser with Kirkland Appraisals, here to speak to the finding of fact on property value impacts. I do have hard copies of affidavits that were in the record, as well as one substitute affidavit that I'd like to hand up now, if that's okay. Thank you. And again, what you're getting, affidavits from Mr. Rice, as well as the project developer that were submitted with the application. The affidavit from Nicholas Kirkland is in substitute of the affidavit for Richard Kirkland that was submitted with the application package. They worked together, and Nick is here tonight instead. Also handed up a hard copy of the PowerPoint presentation for the record. So slide 2. Okay. Request overview. Again, we're here for self-storage along US 70. And the application is compliant with the code as noted. Property overview, again, staff has shown this aerial, but we've got the Kids Are Kids daycare center abutting us. We are also abutting the Department of Agricultural Crops Research large parcel. We've got frontage along Highway 70 and will be consistent with other commercial uses in this area like car wash, Hardee's, Zaxby's, there's Walmart, as well as the ABC store just down the road. The zoning of this parcel, it's highway business, B3, under the UDC. Again, since we're under the old code, the UDC, it's the highway business zoning district. This district is intended to provide opportunities for commercial uses along major thoroughfares like Highway 70, including offices, service uses, and retail. And again, self-storage is permitted as a special use under the UDC. Project information, this is a enclosed 4-story self-storage building rather than outside entrance. It's climate controlled. There are approximately 549 units. Access will be all internal. Hours will be limited and secured by a gate, and it will be monitored by on-site management and security cameras. I will say the Full House Self-Storage also has a site in Wilson, very similar to this project. UDC requirements, again, we've gone through the TRC process and have been approved there, so I won't bore you with all of the details on how we meet the code, but we are in compliance with code requirements, including maximum building height, building coverage, impervious surface, setbacks, as well as the TOD standards, including enhanced landscaping requirements and preservation of trees when practical. Here is our landscape plan. We've got a thoroughfare buffer along Highway 70. We've got vegetation along our property line with the daycare. And again, we will retain vegetation to the extent possible. There are also 4 specific standards for self-storage under the UDC. Including certain prohibited activities, and the project will be in compliance with all of the specific use standards for self-storage as noted here. This now brings us to the findings of fact, the 4 findings of fact for use permits. And again, we do have 2 expert witnesses here tonight to present evidence. Mr. Rice, again, will provide testimony on findings 1 and 2, and Mr. Kirkland will provide testimony on finding 3, and I will address finding 4 at the end of our presentation. And with that, I'd like to call Cameron Rice up to the podium. Mr. Rice, could you please state your name and address for the council and the record, your qualifications, and explain your role in the project?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Town Council members. My name is Cameron Rice. My address is 2720 Lautenberg Lane, Willow Spring, North Carolina. I graduated from North Carolina State Engineering University with a civil engineering degree. I've been practicing engineering for 25 years in North Carolina. And I'm currently a senior project manager for Advanced Civil Design. They're located in Cary. I've been working for them for the past 12 years. I have supervised the submittal for the special use permit and the site plan, and make sure that it was in compliance with the Unified Development Code for Clayton. These standards relate to the findings of fact in the UDC for the special use permit.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. And is it correct for the record that you are a licensed professional engineer?
That is correct. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I was licensed in 2003.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to tender Mr. Rice as an expert in the field of civil engineering and site design.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rice, could you describe a little further your role as it relates to the use permit and the site plan approval?
Yes, thanks. I oversaw the layout and design of the special use, of the site plan, and interacted with town staff regarding the required specifications for the UDC standards and other applicable regulations, including required buffers, dimensional setbacks, dimensional standards, screening, and stormwater requirements. This included coordinating and reviewing and speaking with multiple department staff here at the town of Clayton, and also with Johnston County as well, since they have a water line located off US 70. This is also reviewed the special use permit and application for its compliance with the Unified Development Code.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to the first finding of fact, which is that the application will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plans as submitted and approved. Mr. Rice, could you briefly describe the project location and surrounding uses?
Sure, I can, thanks. As you saw earlier in the slide, we have the North Carolina Department of Agriculture to our north. We have US 70 highway to our south. Kids Are Kids Daycare is located to the east. And then the point on the western side touches the Pinecrest Memorial Park.
And would you describe the area as predominantly commercial to include things like medical offices?
I do. Of course, we have, there are 2 industrial buildings that are under construction that are nearby, and a veterinarian building. And as y'all are aware, is the kennel that's currently under site plan. As we, in the vicinity, there's also the HC store that's planned. There's the Walmart that actually has its force main that comes up through 70 and crosses our site along to the north. And also various medical office buildings and event centers.
And could you describe the vehicular and pedestrian access to the site?
Yes, so currently there's not sidewalk in the cul-de-sac of 2 Court, and we will be providing that as part of our development, providing that sidewalk along our frontage. There is a our connection will be to the end of 2 Court cul-de-sac. It will be a standard 25-foot driveway entrance with curb and gutter. It will have handicap ramps on either side and adequate cross slope for pedestrians that are within the right-of-way of 2 Court. We will have adequate sidewalk from the public right-of-way to our building. We have multiple ADA accessible route path entrances into the building, and all of those will be facilitated with an ADA accessible route from the building to the public right-of-way.
And in addition to access, could you describe the parking for the site?
Sure. The parking, we're currently proposing 11 parking spaces. One of those will be a van accessible space that's 12.5 feet wide, in addition to the access aisle. And we've, like I said earlier, we also have plenty of adequate parking from the parking to the building. Sidewalk, excuse me.
Perfect. And can you also describe the lighting for the site?
We'll be utilizing, we contacted Duke Energy to have them help assist us with a parking lot lighting design. So there will be, that lighting design will meet the design requirements of the town of Clayton, and there will be poles and adequate surface, adequate lighting for the parking lot surface in the pedestrian areas.
And you'd mentioned earlier conversations with other town departments. Can you talk about the water, sewer, and stormwater for the project?
Sure. So currently, there's an existing sewer service and water meter that's stubbed to the end of 2 Court. There's also a drop inlet on the northern end of 2 Court cul-de-sac. Those utilities were stubbed to this lot as part of the master plan for the commercial subdivision. This project will connect to those existing stubs for water, sewer, and for stormwater.
And can you discuss a little bit the stormwater basin on the site?
We are currently proposing a stormwater control measure, wet detention pond, that will be designed in accordance with NCDEQ's current BMP design manual. It will have adequate depth. It will have a littoral shelf with wetland plants. The outlet structure will connect to the existing drop inlet at north of 2 Court, and it will be screened from the right-of-way and from adjacent uses with fence and landscaping.
And speaking of landscaping, how is the proposed project compliant with required buffering?
The project is providing the required buffers in accordance with the Unified Development Code, which include a 10-foot Class A and Class C buffer and a 40-foot thoroughfare landscape buffer along US 70 business. These buffers will be supplemented where needed with additional plantings, and the total site will provide at a minimum of 20% landscaped area. And that area we did include all our easements that are on the site. So those items were not eliminated or to reduce our total number of plantings area that we will be providing.
Going to traffic, was a traffic impact analysis or TIA required for the project?
No, a TIA was not required under the UDC 155-708. However, Mark Mann, as a colleague of mine, also works for Advanced Civil Design. He is the Director of Transportation Services for Advanced Civil Design. He has over 38 years of experience and is very familiar with preparing traffic impact analysis and estimating traffic generated based on use. This particular use was reviewed by Mark, and that was entered in as Exhibit B as part of my affidavit.
And what were the results of that traffic analysis?
This particular site is 84,000 square feet of indoor storage, will generate 13 peak hour trips.
And as a civil engineer that has reviewed this trip generation, do you have any opinion on the safety of the project from a traffic perspective?
Yes, thanks. After consulting Mark Mann, an expert in the field of traffic impacts, and reviewing the results that were provided, this project will show a minimum traffic will be generated. And I confirm that it's my professional opinion that this project will not materially endanger the public health or safety from a traffic perspective.
Thank you. And based on all of these facts we've just discussed, have you come to any overall conclusions with regard to finding of fact number 1 for the special use permit?
It's my professional opinion that this site plan and its location developed according with the site plan that was submitted and approved by staff will not materially endanger the public health or safety. This is because the project is consistent with the surrounding uses and because access, parking, stormwater, and buffering were all reviewed and addressed during the site plan level.
Thank you. Let's move to the second finding of fact, which is that the application meets all required specifications and conforms to the standards and practices of sound land use planning and the town code of ordinances or other applicable regulations. Mr. Rice, based on the review you conducted and the site plan review and approval process you mentioned earlier, do the applications for this project meet all of the required specifications and the standards in the UDC?
Yes, based on my review, the project as proposed by the special use permit application and as shown on the site plan application will comply with the non-residential dimensional standards, overlay standards, thoroughfare overlay district, landscaping, screening, buffer requirements, stormwater, and the special use standards for self-storage in the Unified Development Code.
Thank you. As staff had mentioned in their staff report, it does say that the site plan did not provide cross-access connections to all adjacent properties as required by the UDC. Mr. Rice, are cross-access connections always required under the UDC?
No, they're not. The UDC states that all, and I quote, "all driveway connections shall be constructed and stubbed to the property line except in instances where natural features or similar circumstances preclude the stub to the property line and future development of adjacent property shall complete a connection to any existing stub," close quote.
And based on your expertise and review of the UDC, does this exception in the UDC apply to the project?
Yes, it's my professional opinion. The proposed project qualifies for this exception. This exception is number 155.400I because of natural features and similar circumstances that make accessible internal driveway connections adjacent to existing and future development difficult. For example, to the north, adjacent to the North Carolina Department of Agriculture, there is 2.5 feet of fall and 25 feet where our stub would be in the property line. That is elevation. That slope is resulting in a 10% grade. And according to Appendix D of the North Carolina Fire Code, grades in excess of 10% are not allowed for fire apparatus access roads. In addition, there are conflicts that would be made with the existing 4-inch sanitary sewer force main that runs along the northern property line. There's also a 2-inch Piedmont natural gas line that leaves the pressure reducing station next to the Pinecrest Memorial. And also there's additional fiber optic cables in the area.
And what about the property line abutting the Kids Are Kids daycare parcel?
So the property adjacent to the Kids Are Kids, there's approximately a little over 2.5 feet of fall from the existing mini roundabout to the elevation of proposed elevation of the building itself. This elevation change and where they're ultimately would plan the cross connection happens to be within our handicap parking area and is the highest point of the site. The closest route from the parking lot to the building entrance would not meet the ADA requirements if we were to provide this cross access. Putting in the stub would also would be further away and would be more of a challenge from an ADA standpoint. The site grades themselves cannot be lowered to to allow for this particular connection. This particular site is very flat, and again, the highest point is the southernmost point of the site along US 70 where the cross connection would be. We are tied from an elevation standpoint due to the existing drop inlet that we surveyed and that was installed north of 2 Court. And it requires that we elevate the building finished floor elevation so that our stormwater pond calculations will work and that we have adequate drainage away from the building.
Thank you. In addition to those natural features just discussed, are there any other reasons or similar circumstances why the applicant should not be required to provide cross-access connections for this project?
Yes, by not providing the cross-access connections, we are ensuring that the project is only providing efficient and safe connections to the existing street system in accordance with the purpose and intent of Unified Development Code 155.400. Further, because this project is adjacent to a preschool parcel and that did not construct a stub to the property line, the applicant cannot complete a connection to any existing stub. As such, even if the applicant constructed stubs, it would not result in an actual cross-access connection.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. That is the end of his testimony for findings of fact 1 and 2. If there are any questions from the council at this point.
Mr. Casey.
Thank you for that testimony. I still have some concerns about that cross-access, especially on that agricultural area, because at some point in time, that could easily be sold and subdivided. And then, our role on council is to think not just a year from now, think 10, 15, 20 years from now. So you're basically telling me on record that there's absolutely nothing that can be done from whether it's grading or any other type of special features that can be exhibited or created to allow that future cross-access over there?
I would say that, of course, things can be constructed, whether they're constructed in accordance with the ordinance and standards and code, whether that's Town of Clayton code or building code, or North Carolina building code, so we could build it, but if it's not to code and it gets approved, then, to answer your question, it can be done, but it will not meet code. It will not meet state code. It will not meet town council code due to the 10% grades in excess for ADA accessibility. Also, we will be challenged to pick up all our impervious area and treat it by the pond. Like I said earlier, there is a 4-inch force main there and also a gas line. I would like to add that the North Carolina Department of Agriculture has over 220 linear feet of access to 2 Court. That would be maybe 100 feet away from where we would propose or where a cross connection access would be if it could. They also have other access points. It's a large piece of land. They also have other access points along US Highway 70.
Yeah, I understand that. And of course, they could potentially subdivide it however way. But so you're saying, just for the record, you're saying that if it was to be done, which is possible, it would not be able to be done to code?
Well, based on the current design of our site plan. And
so would you have to change the site plan design to make it cross-access at that point?
Well, I'm saying that it would have to be evaluated. It would be very difficult and very challenging, and to provide such a connection may not allow for us to meet other portions of the ordinance.
So yes or no, I guess, is what I'm seeking out.
I do not professionally believe that we cannot provide the access to the north.
So that's a no.
Sir?
That's a no.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, anyone else? All right, thank you, sir. Proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. I'd like to call my next witness, Mr. Nicholas Kirkland, to the stand. To the stand. Mr. Kirkland, could you please also state your name and address for the council, your qualifications, and explain your role in this project?
Sure. Hi, my name is Nick Kirkland with Kirkland Appraisals. I'm a state certified general appraiser in the state of North Carolina. My address is 9408 Northfield Court, Raleigh, North Carolina. I've been accepted as an expert in property value impacts before boards like this hundreds of times. I've been an appraiser for 9 years now. I'm a candidate for designation with the Appraisal Institute to pursue higher designations beyond what the state offers. And I also have evaluated the full house storage site plans, an approximately 2.144 acre parcel with PIN 165909-067862 at 3012 Court, and the adjacent properties in regards to harmony with the intensity, scale, and character of development. And additionally, I've reviewed the property impact analysis and the report prepared by my firm and adopted the analysis and conclusions as my own.
Thank you. I would like Mr. Mayor to tender Mr. Kirkland as an expert in the field of property appraisal and impacts of new development. And again, I handed up hard copies earlier. Mr. Kirkland referenced his report, his affidavit, and behind that affidavit is the report that his firm has done. It's attached to his affidavit as Exhibit A. Mr. Kirkland, could you please describe the analysis that was conducted?
Certainly. So what we've done is we have reviewed the project features for compatibility with the adjacent area. The area is largely commercial and industrial in nature currently and has a future land use that's fairly consistent with that. The project proposes development of a 4-story self-storage building with a gross floor area of 84,000 square feet, that with appropriate setbacks and buffering consistent with the surrounding area. The proposed height of 52 feet, although higher than most buildings in the immediate vicinity, is in harmony in the area in which it's proposed to be located.
Thank you. And how do you evaluate property value impacts?
So in order to determine whether or not a property can impact another property value or another property's value, there's several ways to do it. The best way is to do what's called a matched pair or a paired sales analysis. So what this would look like for this proposed project would be take an existing property, an existing self-storage facility in the area, and find a property that sold next to it, and compare that to other similar properties that sold that did not adjoin a self-storage facility in order to determine if the self-storage facility had an impact on the adjoining property values. So the question then becomes, well, what type of adjoining use makes sense to compare to? For this, it adjoins mostly commercial and industrial uses. But the difficulty in comparing that is, well, they don't just adjoin this proposed self-storage or self-storage. Most commercial uses adjoin a myriad of commercial uses. So what we've done in the impact study is we've compared single-family dwellings next to self-storage facilities. The reason for this is single-family residential dwellings are the most sensitive of uses that you could have. So if an impact were measured on a single-family house next to a self-storage facility, it is likely that you could see an impact in a less sensitive use like a commercial or an industrial use. However, we do have significant data in that impact study showing that more sensitive uses such as residential dwellings next to self-storage facilities like is proposed here are not selling for any less than other nearby homes. So single-family homes, very sensitive uses, next to self-storage facilities, selling for similar prices as other homes not next to self-storage facilities, which for commercial uses and industrial uses, which are less sensitive, this is strong support that the proposed development will not impact adjoining property values. The other facet of that is commercial and industrial uses are not often valued the same way that residence is. Oftentimes, commercial uses are valued based on the income that you could command, what you could rent it for, and that has very little to do with the adjoining uses or the use across the street. So given the information, the match pair analysis, it's my professional opinion that the proposed use will not negatively impact the adjoining property values. And additionally, it will not be detrimental to the use or development of adjacent properties or other neighborhood uses.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkland. Are there any questions from council?
Mr. Casey?
Mr. Kirkland, thank you for this, your appraisal value. Those three matched pair, can you give me a little bit of some details on those?
Sure.
Those three?
So the examples we have, the first is at a Fuquay Arena. Would you like me to go through? I'm on page.
I guess I have more. What were the, how many stories were those each?
Sure. The first one is 2 stories. The second one is 1 story up on a hill. And the last one is 1 story with townhomes that look down into the self-storage.
Okay. In this particular project, they're proposing how many stories?
It's 4.
Okay. So your 3 matched pairs were, 2 of them were 1 story and 1 was 2 story. This is a 4. So how does that impact in your assessment?
Sure. So what we're trying to determine is the sensitivity and the potential to impact. As I said, commercial uses, which are the adjoining uses next to this, are the least sensitive type of use because whether or not self-storage facilities built there or another commercial use, the rent that could be commanded by adjoining and nearby properties is unaffected. In an effort to show data supporting adjoining properties selling next to it, we've utilized the residential dwellings, though it clearly is not the same height. The main difference with that is taller self-storage facilities like this are primarily located in higher commercial zoning or zoned areas that don't typically have residences abutting them. The difficulty, and I'm sure part of like what you're getting at, is why didn't we look at a daycare facility next to a self-storage facility? And it's not that easy because what we would have to do is find another daycare facility that only adjoins a self-storage facility and no other commercial uses in order to get a clear apples to apples comparison, which it would be very difficult to extract and get data from the immediate local area.
So there wouldn't have been any impact if it would have been a force, I guess there's no difference then. I mean, is that what you're trying to tell me?
That's correct.
Opinion. So is there not any other examples of 4-story self-storage units in an area of similar like and kindness?
It's not that there's no other 4-story self-storage facilities, but what we're trying to do is find a 4-story self-storage facility that has existing, in this case, dwellings that back up to it, that don't back up to anything else, and they're not typically sited next to dwellings. They are primarily located in commercial areas along highways, which don't typically have residences abutting them. This is, for that reason, why this is sited in a commercial area like is proposed, because those adjoining uses are not sensitive to what goes next to them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay.
Thank you. And on to the last finding of fact. Thank you for your patience. The last finding of fact is that the application will not adversely affect the adopted plans and policies of the town or violate the character of existing standards for development of the adjacent properties. As noted earlier, the project is consistent with the B3 zoning districts, which contemplates offices, service uses, and businesses located on major and minor thoroughfares. When the special use permit and site plan applications were submitted, the majority of the parcels in the immediate vicinity were also similarly currently zoned highway business with a few designated office institutional. As such, the proposed project will not violate the character of the existing standards for development of the adjacent properties. With respect to compliance with the comprehensive growth plan, the site is designated as employment center on the town's future land use map. And the project is consistent with the encouraged uses in this designation, including industrial, warehouse, office, recycling, assembly, and supporting commercial uses. That's the conclusion of our evidence. Again, just in summary, you've heard competent material, substantial evidence on each of the 4 required findings of fact for approval of the use permit. And because we have met our burden, would ask that the council vote to approve the requested special use permit. And, happy to answer any further questions from council at this time.
All right, any questions or comments? All right, if not, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this? All right, no one wishing to speak against, there's no need for a rebuttal. I can call the council into deliberation. Mr. Casey.
I have a question to the town attorney. So we obviously heard these findings of fact and we had evidence from sworn testimony, but if there's something that is maybe to the contrary, that staff maybe discovers, such as, there is an opportunity to have these cross-access points. I mean, how do we take that, or how do we absorb that, or is there anything that can be done?
I would think on the cross-access points, you'd defer to the staff and whether that was, because there wasn't any testimony in opposition, so the only other testimony would be from the staff on that point.
Just have to ask staff right now, I guess. Okay.
You could.
Okay. All right. Do you mind, staff? Do you have any feedback on that?
Good evening, Council. Joshua Baird, Interim Engineering Director. In terms of the cross-access, just for reference, street standards usually are at 10%, just looking at a street standard. I think I heard Mr. Rice also mention the fire code is also at 10%. If I recall, the grades were 2.5, 25 feet. So certainly take that into consideration. And as a reference point, understand what our just typical street standard would be. In terms of the site and stormwater, I understand the pond and the walls do factor into that, the elevations of it. There are other tools in the toolbox. I can't say specifically whether they would work or not on the site. Wet ponds are usually considered one that do take up more land area. There's permeable pavement, other elements, Filterra tree boxes that are approved by the state DEQ to be used here. Some of those also do not have as deep of an elevation requirements. Understand one of the controlling factors in this was the elevation of the storm box that's currently existing in 2 court. Some of those other managers do have what's called internal water storage and other elements that do not require the outfall pipes to be as deep. Can't speak to specifically to the site design as to whether that would work or not work, but the 10% certainly is a street reference, and then there are other tools that the engineer might be able to speak to whether they would or would not work on the site.
Okay, thank you. About half that was over my head, but I appreciate it.
But I would just reiterate that you have heard a professional engineer's opinion that topography existing on the site does meet the exception under the code to not require the stubs, and there has been no competent material, substantial evidence in opposition to that.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
Yeah,
Josh.
can I say there, I'm not saying it can't be done. I was just providing additional information to them. So
Yep,
for the record,
absolutely.
I'm not saying that, to my knowledge, it can't be done. I want to just clear that up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Sims.
I'd like to make a motion. I make a motion that we approve special use permit 2023-189 with the 2 conditions recommended by staff.
All right, I have a motion for approval of the SUP. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of 2023-189 SUP Full House Storage Unit. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
No.
And motion carries.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Moving right along with old business, up next will be budget amendments with Robert McKay, Finance Director.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Tonight we have 4 budget amendments that we're asking council to approve. All 4 are capital project budget ordinance related. 3 of them are existing capital project ordinances, and 1 is a new one. I'm going to go down the line in order, and I'll ask council to take the appropriate action after I conclude with the presentation. Is that acceptable? Okay. The first one is a budget amendment to the public safety complex. We're updating the cost, and we're also transferring $750,000 that was in the engineering department's capital outlay budget over to that capital project fund. So it's a wash in the general fund, and basically we're just realigning the budget, the capital project ordinance for the public safety complex to align with the projected costs for one of the projects. The second budget amendment is actually a brand new capital project ordinance. It's associated with the library renovation project. So we're putting that one on the books, getting out of the gate. We also had $250,000 of design costs and engineering's capital outlay budget that we're transferring over. Again, a wash to the general fund. So we got a projected cost for that project, library renovation, which is about $2.5 million. The third budget amendment is related to the Copper District. If you recall, the Copper District initially was a developer-managed project for the elevated water storage tank project. It has since evolved into a town-managed project for the elevated storage tank. So we've updated the cost accordingly, and now reflects the town-managed project for the elevated storage tank. The last budget amendment is related to our water sewer infrastructure replacement capital project ordinance. That's essentially like a capital reserve fund. We have approximately $9.6 million of projects in the water sewer fund's capital outlay budget. We're taking those funds and we're going to transfer it over to this reserve fund. So it's there. And as we do projects, we move forward, we actually do these projects, we'll transfer the money out of that reserve fund into a new capital project ordinance fund. So that's all 4. Any questions related to either one of those?
Any questions or comments for staff? All right. Ms. Archer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion. Mr. Attorney, should these be 4 separate motions, or can we just do them all as one?
Unless somebody really wants to vote against one of them, you can bunch them together.
Thank you, sir. I would like to make a motion to adopt ordinances 2024-05-03, 2024-05-04, 2024-05-05, and 2024-05-06.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the adoption of those ordinances stated in the record. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Up next is series resolution for the issuance of revenue bonds.
Yeah, tonight we have the series resolution that will enable the town to issue $6 million of revenue bonds for its electric system related to the infrastructure to install new development. We had 6 responses to the RFP. The top 2 were with Webster Bank and First National Bank. First National Bank being the brick and mortar here that's got a storefront right here on Main Street. Webster Bank actually provided the best terms at 4.51% for 10 years. So this resolution also awards the bid, if you will, to Webster Bank. And that'll come with a debt service of approximately $760,000, annual debt service for 10 years. Any questions?
Questions or comments for staff? All right. Ms. Archer.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-050.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the adoption of the revenue bonds number 2024-50. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. All right, up next on the agenda, is the 2023-115 CZM Carolina Overlook North Conditional Rezoning.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Conrad Olmedo, Planning Director. Let's get the presentation here ready for y'all. Thanks, Bruce. Thank you, Bruce. So before you is a rezoning to conditional zoning residential. In this process, I was asked to articulate a little bit about the process here. This process involved a technical review committee approved, reviewed master plan with conditions that staff reviewed. And then once staff reviewed this and approved this, it went to the planning board. This item went to the planning board on March 25th. And then at the April 15th council meeting, it was continued to this evening. Following council action, should this rezoning and master plan be approved, then we would begin staff would then be processing major subdivisions and fulfilling the plan as it was approved this evening. There might be subsequent modifications to the approved plan. In that case, staff would evaluate if it was a major or minor deviation, and if we could either process it administratively or we would need to bring it back before council. If the project was not to move forward, then it would just not move forward. So just to give you an overall picture of how the process would be taken. So the current zone districts are R8 and R10, which are now RMD and RLD with the new UDO that came into effect in January of this year. And again, the conditional zoning residential district, it's what's being proposed. This area is on the north side of Covered Bridge Road, and there will be 750 single-family detached homes. Uses include clubhouse, parking lot, temporary parking lots, food trucks, and associated residential accessory uses. Density is 2.1 units per acre, and the overall size is 362.75 acres. Again, it's the location's on Covered Bridge Road and Brook Hill Drive. I'd also articulate that there's a percentage of the overall development that will be age restricted to 55 years old and older. Cool. Here is Covered Bridge Road, and it's the Neuse River. And Covered Bridge Road continues, and then Brook Hill winds up here, and the development will occur in this teal outlined area. You can see the stars indicate the signs that were posted for the public meeting and public hearing process. Staff also mailed property owner letters for both the planning board meeting as well as the town council meeting. This is the master plan. You can see that there's another conditions we'll touch later, but the master plan shows Brook Hill Drive crossing and connecting to Covered Bridge. And there are some areas that are in the wetlands along the Neuse. some of these buffers go into the neighborhood. And since the planning board, there's been subsequent discussion about some of the conditions as they impact the sidewalks and these wetland areas. What you can see here are the kind of tan color is these residential single-family units, and the single-family residential units is this kind of light red. This purple here is the clubhouse area. This shows the new zoning district that's being proposed, CZR, conditional zoning residential. These are some of the details about the minimum lot size, minimum lot width, and further going down to lot coverage, impervious percentage, density, front setbacks, side setback, side street setbacks, rear setbacks, minimum garage setbacks. These standards are from the Unified Development Code, which are different than our current Unified Development Ordinance. But then you can see the further columns to the right here are those that are being proposed. This first line shows the minimum lot size, where R8 would require 8,000 square foot and 10,000 square foot for single family detached. And what's being proposed are different size square footage minimum lot sizes based on the lot widths. So they are smaller on lot area, as well as those for attached units. There was discussion about open or comparable types of subdivisions. This table articulates that with RA open space subdivision standards. So this would be a subdivision that was prioritizing the preservation of area similar to what is being proposed in this master plan. Single family would have a minimum lot area of 6,000. So the district would allow a reduction of 2,000 square foot for a single family detached. This is just to offer a comparison. Similarly, for R10, open subdivision standards would have a minimum lot area to account for more area that would be conserved through the open subdivision standard as a comparison. 8,000 square foot minimum lot size for a single family detached. These are UDC standards that have been incorporated into the conditions, and I'll go through the conditions later on in the presentation, as well as the parking standards. Pardon me if I skip through that a little bit more. These are some of the parking ratios to give an idea of what the parking will look like for this development. For single family, you're looking at 2 spaces per unit, and that would include a garage space as well as a space allocated on the front driveway. These are some of the development standards that would be applicable: stormwater, water, sewer, and electricity. The landscaping buffers, some of that's been modified in the conditions along Michael Way, and open space amenities. This is a calculation of the open space. Total proposed is over 50 acres. Active open space is 6.5 acres. And with the perimeter buffer, natural open and wooded areas, 43.5 acres of passive open space. The applicant provided some traffic generation. This is based on the 750 units. This is a senior adult single family housing use code from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. The applicant has some traffic engineering experts that can articulate this better than I can, but my understanding is that this is a use type, gives you the intensity of the units, the anticipated daily traffic with some of the peak hour trips. Their generation is 3,285 daily trips, 180 AM peak trips, 214 PM peak trips. Some more of the traffic engineering analysis, which I do not understand completely. It's very technical. These are some of the architectural standards. I would like to come back to these in the conditions of approval, because they'll be more further articulated. The conditional zoning district criteria, the UDC requires these criteria to be met. The consistency with the adopted plans and policies of the town, suitability of the subject property for uses permitted by the current versus the proposed conditional district. Staff finds that the restriction of 20, so for number one, they are proposing a maximum of 20% single-family attached units, the remainder being single-family detached. For number two, staff believes that the proposed density and proposed road improvements make it a suitable residential development. You'll notice the future land use map has two different future land use map designations. It has the low density, which is this yellow. It has, well, it has three technically. It has this recreation and open space, but in terms of the area that will be developed, and then this orange would be medium density residential. So there are three, but two really relevant future land use map, land use designations. For the third, to meet specific demand in the town, staff does find that the proposed development does meet this, this demand for the town for housing. Additional number four, the capacity of adequate public facilities and services, including schools, roads, recreation facilities, wastewater treatment, and water supply facilities and stormwater drainage facilities for the proposed conditional district. Staff believes that there is adequate capacity to serve the proposed development. Staff does not, for number five, staff does not believe that the legal purpose for the zoning will be contravened by the approved conditional zoning district. For number six, the overall density is comparable to the surrounding developments of the area. For number seven, staff believes that the proposed conditions will not be detrimental to the general public. For master plans, the required criteria are as follows. Compliance and consistency, I'm going to kind of go through these a little bit. Consistency with the Clayton's general design guidelines, conformance of proposal with stated purpose and requested conditional district. In a nutshell, staff does find that the criteria have been met. Staff does have a recommendation to approve this request, although it is inconsistent with the future land use map. This would, upon approval, staff would revise the future land use map to be in accordance with the recommended densities of the master plan. The planning board also did recommend approval of this project at their March 25th meeting with this consistency and reasonable statement that I believe we have also provided to council. Since the presentation to the planning board and following the April 15th town council meeting, there have been some changes to these conditions that were approved or signed off by the applicants. I'd like to move through those, but also articulate on some other points that have been brought up since those meetings. Condition 5 does say that 20% of the total residential units may be constructed as townhome units. Condition 10 is the reference of the 55 years of age or older, which I brought in the beginning of my presentation. This condition 11 does refer to the minimum lot sizes, but more I wanted to articulate the front-loaded single-family detached units will provide a minimum garage setback of 21.5 feet, and townhome units will provide a minimum garage setback of 25 feet. And that distance would be measured from the edge of the property line, which would be the back of sidewalk. Just moving to where I can see some of the red text that does have some of the changes. This is condition 20, since change says the TIA recommends monitoring the signal at Brook Hill Drive and Covered Bridge Road for a period of 1 year to commence at the time of issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the project. If at that time the signals are not warranted, the applicant will monitor the intersection for an additional year. Condition 21, for Michael Way extension, a 40-foot buffer will be provided along the northern boundary that abuts the Old Mill Stream subdivision east of Brook Hill Drive. The buffer will be supplemented with plantings or fencing where homes or roadway abuts existing homes. Lots inside of the inside loop of Michael Way will be a minimum of 10,000 square feet, and a maximum of 13 units will be located along the Michael Way extension. Condition 25, subject to review and approval by the town and NCDOT, a high visibility crosswalk or other similar type of improved pedestrian crossing will be installed across Covered Bridge at Brook Hill Drive. Condition 26, the project shall have a minimum of 3 phases to be determined at time of site subdivision construction drawing. Condition 27, a minimum of 2 educational signs shall be posted near riparian buffers and trails on the eastern side of the parcel to educate the residents and visitors about the significance of the Neuse River and the natural heritage area. Architecturally, a minimum of 70% of all residential units shall have a covered front porch or stoop. All garage doors will have windows. All front doors will have windows. Rear concrete pads will be provided on all residential units. Patios may replace the requirement when added as an option by the homeowner. Condition 29. I'm going to go to the top here. In order to reduce impervious surface, grading, and environmental impacts, and to further protect existing trees, there will only be sidewalk on one of the following 4 sections of roadway. And let me zoom down just a bit, and then I can highlight those areas. This would be sidewalks not constructed on the north side, right here, this green area along Michael Way extension. Then along this area right here, you can see that there are no residential units along this side. On the north side of this area right here, where the storm control measure is, and will be a residence there, but this will not have a sidewalk. And similarly on this side as well. Condition 30. Internal roadways will provide an alternate 50-foot right-of-way roadway section that places street trees between the sidewalk and the curb. This will be subject to review and approval by town staff at time of a major subdivision plan. So to point out, this is the cross-section for the planting area. This is a 5-foot planting strip from the back of curb to the edge of sidewalk here. So you'd have a 5-foot area in which to have a planting. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions. I know the applicants are here, and they also have a presentation to provide you with.
All right, any questions for staff? Mr. Casey.
Thank you, Conrad. Thank you for that presentation. For those areas where, and this may be an applicant question, for those areas where the crosswalk was removed, there's obviously a crosswalk on the other side. Most of those areas, is there going to be some sort of street? So when I say sidewalk was removed, is there going to be any type of street crosswalk connection? So it'll allow somebody easily, marked where they'll be able to cross the street because there'll be a sidewalk ending on the other.
I think that might be a condition that can be discussed with the applicant as far as how to articulate or how to.
I'm just trying to think of connectivity. If you're walking and there's a sidewalk that ends, but then there's still one on the side, so it's not.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
We haven't gone to that level of details on the plan at the moment, yeah, but we can.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, sir. I'll now give the floor to the applicant.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McLeod and council members. I am Brendy Vega. I am representing the applicant, and the team with us tonight is Kelly Race with Pulte Del Webb. Also from Withers Ravenel is Colleen Tully, our engineer, and Cindy Schwarzkopf. From DRMP, also Ramey Kemp is Reinald Stevenson. And from Spangler Environmental, Ward Mariotti. So they are here, the experts. If I can't answer anything, I will refer that to our experts. Quickly, Del Webb is a 55 and over age-restricted community, well-known across the nation. It's highly amenitized. The HOA provides lot landscaping and maintenance. This is low-maintenance living for the later years of your life, so you can enjoy aging in place. There is no impact on school capacity since this is an age-restricted community, and it's lower impact on traffic than our non-age restricted housing, or typical housing. The site plan.
I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone down a little bit so we can make sure we're getting everywhere.
Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay, great. I apologize.
No, you're good.
I have the site plan up in case we need to refer to it later. So Carolina Overlook does have phase 1, which is on the south side of Covered Bridge Drive, and it's under development. The neighborhood is expected to build out in 2026. There is a connection through the neighborhood, on the south side, to the Neuse River Trail. So our proposed development will have a connection through Brook Hill Drive, and we are going to attempt to get a high visibility crosswalk from NCDOT so the neighbors on the north side can make their way to the south side and get directly onto that trail. Just as background, we have met with neighbors. We did invite them to some neighborhood meetings. We held our required neighborhood meeting here at the Clayton Center, and then subsequently met with individuals and groups from Old Mill Stream multiple times. This area is a transition from county to ETJ to those areas that are served by public water and sewer. So as we transition from the county to the ETJ, the lots continue to get smaller. And once we get into the areas served by utilities and more infrastructure, it makes sense to have more units per acre being served by water and sewer, since those will be the payers into the system. Conrad went into the conditions, but I'll briefly go over that density is capped at 2.1 dwelling units per acre, and it is consistent with the, it's lower than what the comp plan allows for both the RM and the RL. Single-family detached is going to make up a majority of the subdivision. There will be some single-family attached. Basically, the Del Webb product is to attach some of those same elevations together, and that's what we call our townhomes. So there will be no more than 3 per building. They're only allowed where they're identified on the plan, as Conrad showed earlier. And we expect all of these units to have a 2-stall garage or a 3-car garage, although we have conditioned it to at least have that 1 stall. And architectural standards, I will not go through those all again since Conrad just did. Some of the elevations. Amenity areas. If you've been to the south side, you see that the large amenity area is under construction now. There will be another large amenity area, although there will not be indoor and outdoor pools. The north amenity area will be limited to an outdoor pool. We will have some walking trails, fenced dog park, pocket parks, and community garden. A lot of amenities for the residents to enjoy. Conrad went through the buffers, but mostly we have a 30-foot type C buffer around the perimeter. There is a 40-foot buffer along Old Mill Village east of the Brook Hill Drive. Cul-de-sacs have been used to minimize stream crossings. One of our conditions that we offered at planning board, or right before planning board, was to upsize detention at SCM number 11, which is closest to the Old Mill Stream neighborhood. So we've identified the PIN numbers where those are, and that has been upgraded from the required 110 and 25 to a 50-year. We've also added additional erosion control measures near the Neuse River buffers with double-line silt fencing to be provided along the grading boundaries along the east side of the property. The Neuse River buffer is on the east side, of Brook Hill Drive, so that's where the double-line silt fencing will occur. Open space, we are meeting and exceeding the requirements. So the new conditions since planning board, Conrad went through all of those, so unless you have specific questions, I will not repeat. Of the buildable area, we've calculated preliminarily that 141 acres are planned to be built upon, and that's 39% of the total site. The Neuse River buffer is a required 200-foot buffer. The closest grading boundary is 380 feet to the buffer. So that gives us about 580 feet where the grading will occur. And again, providing that double line silt fence. And I am going to turn it over to Ronald Stevenson to speak to you about all the transportation improvements. And just wanted to quickly go back to, Conrad had mentioned that the driveway was measured from the back of the sidewalk, but it's from the property line. So there will be, in that new typical section we provided, another 1.5 feet to the sidewalk. So I just want to clarify that. Right.
Good evening, Ronald Stevenson with DRMP RKA. I'll go through, I know Conrad mentioned this, this looks very complicated, but I'll try to, the reason it's so complicated is because there's a lot of road improvements that are associated with this project, and I'll try to step through those to give you an idea of the improvements that are being done and required of this particular project. So this diagram is from the traffic impact analysis that was prepared for the development. And those were all the lanes, and all the colors are new lane improvements that are expected to occur or required to occur in this area. Again, this just is a zoomed out area. The colors, if I do this right, oh, yeah. So the colors here, this is Cover Bridge Road, you know, here in the orange and green, Brook Hill in the blue. There are some other improvements with phase 1 that are along O'Neill Street here, City Road here, and then I'll show you those a little closer up, but there are improvements along that entire area in color that we're looking at there. This will be a little bit hard to see here, but again, there's a lot of road improvements associated with this project. So this is the western entrance on Cover Bridge Road, widening of Cover Bridge Road to provide left turn lane, right turn lane improvements there. This lower section is the Brook Hill Drive. Again, there's right turn lane, left turn lanes at this intersection. This is also the intersection that we're going to monitor for a traffic signal. So what that means is we'll basically have to go out and do traffic counts, and if the traffic counts are such that they meet warrants established by the DOT, then we would have to install a traffic signal at the intersection. And again, more widening along Cover Bridge down near the eastern end at the for a right turn lane. And I do want to point out, I think everybody's probably aware now, this realignment of Cover Bridge to O'Neill is well underway at this point, and there'll be turn lanes in each direction there, left turn, right turn lanes, and a traffic signal. And I know the improvements that were also looked at as part of the TIA down at Shotwell Road have been installed and opened recently. And from what I can tell driving through, that it operates much better. So we're expecting to see the same, you know, along this end, or at this end of Cover Bridge Road. This is what I was just talking about. Again, it's north, it's kind of page down, but this is the old alignment, the new alignment to an intersection that's more 90 degrees, turn lanes and traffic signal. So that should be a drastic improvement for that intersection, and much needed. These are some of the improvements that are really associated with the phase 1, but it's again showing the number of improvements that are being done in this area. But this is widening of O'Neill Street to provide turn lane improvements, and again along City Road, and City Road being here. In this area, there's widening of City Road to provide turn lanes at the access points. So as I mentioned, a lot of turn lanes, a lot of improvements that are anticipated with this project. Again, Brook Hill Drive, and I won't kind of go into all those driveway points, but there's, an entire network for pedestrian infrastructure associated with the project. As you've heard, most of the project will have sidewalks along both sides, except for the areas noted previously. And so there'll be plenty of opportunity for pedestrians through here as well. And I'll say that this is actually a, relatively speaking, a low traffic generating site, being that it's age restricted. And we all know, we all can kind of understand that the age restricted, those residents are not getting out competing with everybody to go to work in the mornings or rush hours. They do, they do venture out, obviously, but they're not venturing out during the heavy times where everybody else is kind of rushing to school or to work. A lot fewer traffic cars on the road during that time. And what this table does is illustrates that. So what you have at the top is what we have. What we have at the top here is the trip from the TIA. And again, you can just see the numbers there. I'm not even going to try to explain exactly what they mean, but just you can see the order of magnitude of the numbers here that this site would generate. So roughly a little over 200 in the afternoon is kind of the highest, 200 in 1 hour. So what we looked at, just to get an idea, is down on this section is, we said, okay, what if we took the same 750 units and we made them non-age restricted, more traditional type development, so 750. So if you kind of look down here, over here, you'll see, and I'm going to look at this 388 plus 233 here. If you add those up, you're over 600. So we go from just over 200 in what the TIA says for this development that we're proposing to what it could be, which is over 600. So that's a significant difference, and just illustrates why this is a good use. If you're going to have a use that has a lower traffic impact in an area on a big piece of property, this is it. It's a lot lower traffic impact than if it were traditional housing. And I'll turn it back over to the team unless there's any questions of me now, or I can hold them till later.
Questions or comments?
I've got a couple of questions for this witness. So when you're talking about the signals and the turn lanes, do you have the distance of the turn lanes and the length of those things? Just trying to get a gauge of how many cars those turn lanes will hold.
Yeah, good question. They each have their own requirement, and I'm going to go off of memory. For the left turns are typically longer than the right turns because the right turns don't really have to wait. They just kind of come in and slow down, and really all you're trying to do with the right turns is just get them out of the through lane. The left turns, I believe the shortest one I think is maybe 100 feet of stacking, but then there'll be some additional length on that we'll work out with the NCDOT during the actual design. So it'll be more like 150 feet or so of stacking, where cars will be able to stack in the left turn lane. It may say 100, so if you see 100 feet written somewhere, and you remember that I said 150, the 100 DOT will tack a little bit on to that when we go through the actual design. Typically, unless there's some reason for them not to, but so it'll be at least 100 feet for the left turn lanes. So
100 to 150 feet will hold approximately how many average cars?
100 feet will hold 4 to 5 cars. 150 feet will be 6 to 7, 8, just depending on how they space in there.
The one other question I've got, so I know there's a lot of different high visibility crosswalks. So can you define a little more what your high visibility crosswalk is going to look like? Are you going to have any kind of lighting or flashing, or just describe to me what that looks like?
Well, that'll be a conversation we'll have with NCDOT if they're open to it. But typically a high visibility crosswalk is, it's painted, but it's not the traditional kind of straight line, that you kind of see. It's more wider stripes that are kind of turned the other way, but it looks, to a driver, it looks more obvious that that's a crosswalk, and that's why they're designed that way. But we will have to get it approved from NCDOT. So they could change that a little bit, but typically a high visibility crosswalk is one that has, you could think of extra sort of striping there to make it more visible for cars, to know that that's there.
Thank you.
Sure. Yes, sir. Mr. Casey.
So you're classifying this as senior housing? Is that how, explain that classification versus maybe like assisted living or a senior center? I mean, is there, because these people are 55 and up, so I'd assume some still do work. So I have that question, kind of follow-up question to it.
Sure. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So the trip generation data is based on similar sites to this, where the Institute of Transportation Engineers collect data for it. So they go count these types of facilities just like this, and they establish sort of rates of how many cars would be generated during the peak hours per unit, based on the size of the development. But they do base it on actual sites like this. There are separate data for assisted living or kind of nursing care. So they do have data for those uses as well, and those are a lot fewer trips than even this. But you saw in the slide, there are trips during the rush hour, morning and afternoon rush hours. There is the way to think about that. There are trips associated with this development. So there will be some that will come and go. It's just a lot fewer than a traditional neighborhood. Like in the mornings, you can imagine we expect very few school-age children, in this neighborhood. So in the mornings, they're not parents leaving to take their kids to school or school buses kind of coming through here. It's that's one reason for the traffic being a lot lower.
Okay, does it account for incoming traffic as well? So I assume people staying at home, they maybe have services coming to them, whether it's nursing or whatever else. Is that?
Yes, yeah, that is accounted for in the trip data.
Okay, yes, and then your growth rate factor, because I know this is going to be brought up later, your growth rate factors, you take into account the other developments in the area, but are you taking into account what type of growth rate equation are you adding to this? And then to add to that question is, do you know what the growth rate for is as of right now as it stands?
So what we did in the traffic studies, we did add in traffic from the development surrounding here that were not constructed. There was Ashcroft, I think the first phase of Carolina Overlook, and I'll look up the others to make sure I tell you correctly. And then we also added in 3% per year. So we took existing traffic that we counted, and we grew that at 3% every year, plus the other development traffic. And it ends up being a pretty significant increase in traffic when you add in all the other development traffic plus the 3%. There is a lot of growth in the area. And that's one reason we said we're monitor the signal at Brookhill, monitor the intersection at Brookhill for a signal. We don't think it's there needed today, but we want to monitor it as some of these other developments come online and the traffic increases. We want to make sure we capture that to know if the signal is needed. So there is a fair amount of traffic accounted for in the traffic study.
So is 3% a rule of thumb, because we are growing pretty rapidly, and I'm sure we're growing faster than 3%?
It's 3%, and it really can vary depending on how much other development traffic you use. So if we're looking at these developments right around this area, that's going to be a big part of the growth, in the next 5 to 6 years. And but we're adding that in plus 3%, on top of that. So I feel like we've got it accounted for well in this traffic study, but we don't always use 3%. Sometimes we'll use 1 or 2% if we're using a lot of other development traffic. But I think it's pretty fair for this particular study.
I know you probably represent other municipalities in the surrounding area that have equal growth. Or what is their rule of thumb?
I'm sorry.
What is their rule of thumb for growth percentage?
Well,
like Wake Forest, Apex, Holly Springs?
It's typically, and again, it can depend on if you have other developments to consider. So in a situation where we have no other development traffic to consider, and we're just looking at growing existing traffic, we can use higher than that, but usually it's not more than 4 or 5%. And I mean, I'll tell you why we do that is because the purpose of the traffic study is to identify the impacts that the development has on the road system. And when you start making the other traffic too high, it waters down the impact of the development. So it makes the development impact a lot less, if that makes sense, right? So a lot of agencies in the DOT is now a little weary about saying, we think the growth rate in Clayton is 6%. Well, let's use 6% plus all this other development traffic. And we get out 5 years from now, and we have huge traffic. And then we add the development on top of it, and you don't really see anything. You can't tell what the development really does to it because you've got so much traffic built in there. So the purpose of this study is really to look at what impact the development is going to have. So the more you increase traffic that's not development, the less impact the development has. So there's a balancing act there. That's why I feel like we really got, in this study, I think we did a really good job with that because we have growth of traffic, so we know kind of what it's going to look like, but we also didn't grow it so much that this development, shows no impact at all on the roads. So we had a really good balance here.
Okay, I want to table this whole traffic lights and those conditions for a conversation later, but the last question I have right now is regarding each intersection has a grade. And so what are those grades? I mean, because you've got the Shotwell Road intersection, you have the Cover Bridge, Smith Drive, City Road intersection, you also have the Brook Hill Drive intersection.
So Shotwell Road, when we did the original traffic study, Shotwell Road, those improvements had not opened at the time. So it was that particular intersection was showing really poor levels of service, and I'll tell you, I think it was showing level of service F. And when the signal, and we did model it as a signal, with the signal, that one went to level of service D. Level service D was the highest level of service with the traffic signal, which is a big improvement over level service F, with really poor operations that was happening before the signal and turn lane improvements. The Cover Bridge and City Road, again, it's not terrible today. When you add all this other traffic in that we're talking about, it does go to some longer delays on both City Road and Smith at the other side. So those go to level service E or F, depending on whatever the highest traffic time is there. Again, what will happen though is when you have a signal at Shotwell, if there's a signal at Brook Hill, those signals on each side of a bad intersection that doesn't have a signal stops the traffic. So when that signal turns red for Cover Bridge, it stops Cover Bridge in both directions, and then everybody in between has a chance to turn out. So that'll actually help City Road, if the signal is approved at Brook Hill, because then there would be a signal on each side at Shotwell and Brook Hill, and that will start to break up the traffic flow a little more. And so again, Brook Hill Drive is lower traffic today, so it's very good levels of service or letter grades, as you were saying, it's A or B. But in the future, without the signal, there's going to be times where it's going to be hard to get out of there. So that could go to level service F potentially during the heavy traffic times without a signal. If a signal goes in there, it's back to level service C, which again is pretty good here. That's at Brook Hill. The Cover Bridge and O'Neill intersection is level of service C or D, again, depending on the time of day, C or D with the improvements. We went ahead and analyzed it since it's under construction. Went ahead and analyzed as a signal with the improvements of level service C or D. So again, with the improvements that are being made here, it does take a lot of these intersections from level service E or F to C or D, which is a big improvement for this corridor.
Okay, thank you. I just have one comment regarding this. It sounds like, well, two comments. Sounds like, the signalized light is paramount, at least at the Brook Hill intersection. And then I've driven that road many a time where the city road is, and that you have that Smith Ridge development, and there's a pretty bad blind spot there.
Mm-hmm.
What is your professional opinion with that blind spot? How can that be mitigated?
Well, it's something when we go through the, and I put the drawings up of the road improvements, it is something that we'll look at with NCDOT. Now, whether they'll have us do something about that or they do something about it, I don't know yet, but that's one thing they look at is sight distance. When they are approving driveways and road improvements, they're not, they do not approve driveways that have bad sight distance. So that is something we will have to go through with them. They will look at that. That's one of the things they look at very carefully when we go through the actual driveway permit stage with these road plans. They are going to look at that very carefully.
Thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Sims.
How you doing? So could you explain to me a little bit more about that monitoring, as far as from the standpoint, the responsibilities, the count, how is that actually done, the reporting process for that?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I said earlier, there's not enough traffic there today. So if we went out and looked at the traffic counts at Brook Hill today, and the driveway that's coming up there today, there wouldn't be enough traffic there to warrant the signal. And when I say warrant the signal, what the DOT looks at is a set of traffic thresholds. So you have to have enough traffic to say we need to put the signal in. And that traffic, there's a threshold for the side road, the side street, like Brook Hill, and there's a different threshold for Cover Bridge. I feel like for Cover Bridge, we're probably there. There's enough traffic on Cover Bridge that that you kind of check that box. So what we're trying to do is look and see, is traffic going to continue to grow out there to cause the side road and kind of the combination of the side road and the major road to have enough traffic to meet those thresholds for a signal. And so the way we do that is we will go out and actually count the traffic at that time. We'll go out and count the traffic. And so the reason we're saying we'll monitor it for a year, and then I think another year if it's not met in the revised condition, is we want to give some of that traffic time to grow out there like we were talking about earlier. We want to actually capture the traffic if we can. So we'll count it. We'll see if the traffic warrants the signal. And DOT will also have us say, look, we know you counted traffic, say a year from now, we'll go count the traffic a year from now, and they'll say, well, you still have, I don't know, I'm making up a number, 400 lots left to build. So they'll say, okay, let's go ahead and project the 400 lot traffic, and see what it does, see if it kind of tips you over those thresholds that I mentioned earlier for the signal. So you have to have a certain amount of traffic for a certain number of hours a day at the intersection. And so that's what we're trying to get. We'll count the traffic, and then we'll say, okay, there's this many units that aren't built yet. We'll add those in and see if there's enough traffic there at that point for enough hours of the day for a signal to be warranted. And DOT has to say yes or no, on that. Does that help answer the question?
Absolutely. Just for argument's sake, let's say that we did the whole traffic thing. We didn't went through all of that, and DOT says, yeah, you need a light. Do you know how long they're running right now from the time they say yes to getting the light?
It depends on what kind of poles and equipment we have to put in. For a typical signal that's not the metal pole with the metal arms, those are much faster. The metal pole with the metal arms, again, depending on when you order it, that can take potentially 6 months, maybe more, 6 to 9 months potentially to get it installed from the time it's ordered. But again, it just depends on what kind of signal we end up putting there and what it needs to look like.
Last question. So I'm 62, so technically I fall in there. Right? So some of this data is kind of funny to me because heck, I know I feel like I get out during the peak hours. So could you explain to me what's this peak hour supposed to be then? I guess for my age range?
Sure. Well, I guess everybody can peak at different times, but what that typically is looking at is the typical morning rush hour. So it would be something like 6:30 to 8:30, or maybe 7 to 9 in the morning would be like the typical morning rush hour. Again, you could think about. I take my kids to school in the mornings and they go to work. So I'm kind of doing a school trip and a work trip, and I have to have them there by like 7:45, 8 o'clock. So I'm right in this mix here in the mornings with a lot of the people trying to get to school or work. In the afternoon, it's typically around 4 o'clock to 6 or 4:30 to 6:30. It's kind of the range there where the traffic would be the highest that we're looking at here.
So, and I'm asking this, so you're saying roughly for me, 55 and over, I get my peak time is what, after 9 or 10 o'clock? That's when I get out?
No, I'm not. I didn't say that.
Okay, well, I'm trying to understand from a broad perspective, when it is peak hours for this community is supposed to be based upon your data.
What happens in this community is that the traffic is more spread out. So there are people who leave, during this time, and that's the traffic we have there. It actually went up from the last edition of the data that ITE had. The traffic actually went up for this community, this kind of community, 55 and older, because of what you're saying. There's more people who work a little bit longer, or they do get out a little bit more. But the traffic went up in this current edition of data. So, but the traffic is just generally more spread out. So not everybody's leaving to be at school, to have kids at school at 7:30, 7:45, 8 o'clock. Not everybody's rushing to get to a job at 7:30 or 8 o'clock. It's just more spread out. Some people are, but it's just spread out. So you will have some people at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, going out. I guess some people leaving earlier too. I mean, so it's just spread out more, the way to think about it in this type of community.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This monitoring, is this a best practice?
It's very common. It is. It's very common. So what we'll do is actually go take the counts. We'll go count the traffic there. It's what monitoring means. We'll have to go back out and count the traffic again and say, where are we? We don't, now we're not there. We know we're not there now. We don't know, DOT is very, very reluctant to say we're going to put a signal here, because they don't want to install traffic signals at intersections where there's not enough traffic on the side roads to really need one. So, and we've all done it. We go up to, we're on the main road, a lot of traffic, we're on the main road, we stop 4, 5, 6 cars back for one car sitting on the side road. And we probably all have done it and said, why in the world is we stop here for one car on the side road? That's what DOT wants to avoid. They're trying to avoid that. So they want to make sure there's enough traffic there, so when they agree that the signal goes in, that they're not going to get calls saying, why am I stopping? Why are 10 cars stopping on Covered Bridge Road to let one car get out? So that's what they're trying to avoid. So that's why they're saying monitor it, because it's not clear, it's not certain if one is going to be needed here or not. So
are y'all banking on the fact that NCDOT is going, if the numbers come to what they should be, that NCDOT is going to fund and install a traffic light? Or is this something that the developer is going to fund and install?
It's typically the developer would fund and install, unless DOT kicked in for some other reason, DOT could kick in money, just to say, not to say they wouldn't, but it typically would be on the developer to install it.
And do you have an estimate on how much cost the developer is putting in on the road improvements as been presented this evening?
That is a good question, and Kelly may have run up.
We can wait for her.
I don't know off the top of my head. I could get a swag number together pretty quickly, but if they don't know, but it's significant.
Awesome. Anyone else?
One quick question. So if, as you stated, the study shows that a light is needed and warranted, and the developer is going to fund that light, that would critically expedite that light going in, would be my guess, rather than waiting for DOT to fund that, because there would be no delay if they said a light was needed.
Yeah, there would be a little bit of delay, as like Councilor Sims was saying. If they say, yes, we could put it in, it'll take us a little time to get the poles ordered and get it up, but relatively little delay. Correct.
That's basically what we experience at the corner of Shotwell and Cover Bridge with that new lighting system.
Right.
All right. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Does, based on that presentation, does condition 20 need to be amended to say that the developer will pay the cost of the signalization if deemed to be warranted by DOT? Or is that somewhere else in the conditions?
That was going to be a request of mine, actually, that I had in the notes, to request that language was clarified in condition 20.
I'll stand down.
Yeah, I have a few things I wanted to discuss regarding condition number 19 and 20 as well, when the applicant's ready and we kind of get to that point, so.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Race. I'm with Pulte Del Webb at 1225 Crescent Green in Cary. And part of our conditions is it lists every single one of the roadway improvements that were spelled out in the traffic study and approved by NCDOT. And we are responsible for the implementation, cost, design of all those, including signals if they're warranted and approved by NCDOT.
Perfect. But you don't have an estimate on investment that the developer is placing on road improvements overall?
I do not have that number with me on hand, but based on what we're already doing for the south side and what is agreed to for the north side, it's millions of dollars worth of improvements.
Thank you. No.
We would be willing to amend that condition if necessary. I think it's already covered in another condition, but if it would make people feel better, I'm happy to do it.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I was going to request some language from staff just for clarification purposes for down the road, if,
Yeah.
when this actually hits the ground, or if it were to hit the ground.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
They're not done.
Well, we don't have any more presentation, but we are happy to answer further questions or after the public hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Casey, hold on.
I do have a few questions and comments regarding the whole traffic signals, because I was talking about that for a while. So I don't really, well, let's start with condition number 19. To me, it's very vague. It doesn't provide enough guidance. Condition 20 has a little bit more guidance. This is a 3-phase project. So, assuming at the first certificate of occupancy, within 2 years, the project may not be built out. So can we agree to, I'd like to see condition 20 and condition 19 be very the same. If you look at the scoring on both, they're both failing, or F or E. So do you,
So number 19, which,
that's monitor for signalization at the intersection of Smith and City Road and Cover Bridge Road. That's where that blind spot is too.
okay. And I'm sorry, what was your
Condition 20, I'm sorry, condition 19 is the one I was just referring to.
to monitor the signalization for 1 year?
Yeah, I mean, that's.
You want us to clarify that that's at certificate of at first CO?
Well, I mean, I guess if you look at condition number 20 and you look at condition number 19, pretty much they're trying to get the same thing, but one has more details and specifications around it versus the others, a lot more.
Okay, so the first one is our TIA analysis impact. So those are what the TIA showed we need to do. So they are worded differently. The number 20 is outside of a TIA recommendation. That's something we're adding above and beyond the TIA. So that's where the different wording comes in. I would defer to Brian All to see if we can amend these recommendations.
Is the concern the time that it says for 1 year after?
Well, if you read condition number 19, it says for 1 year. Is it 1 year from today? Is it 1 year from, you got site improvements, you have everything else that has to go through planning. I mean, it could take another year before this project gets approved. And then it's in 3 phases. So, 1 year could go by really quick.
I think the easiest thing to do may be to take the language just a little more specified, maybe 20, and just kind of tack that on to the 19 so it matches. Because I think condition 20 does specify from the first CO.
Yeah.
Would you take that and add it to 9?
Yes, I'll take that and add it to 19, but then even on condition number 20, it says from the first CO. So yet again, the first certificate of occupancy in a 750 home neighborhood that's split into 3 phases could be even conceivably longer than 2 years. I don't know how the first phase has gone. The initial approval of the first Carolina overlay.
Let me try to answer it this way. So one of the things that we'll do when the monitor, part, we're talking about monitor, we're going to go out at that time and say, so after 1 year, we're going to go out and count the traffic. And you're right, the whole development's not going to be done at that time and opened up. So after 1 year, we'll go out, count the traffic, and then whatever's not built, we're going to project that traffic onto the intersection. So we're going to say, okay, there's, like I said earlier, it's like 400 lots that aren't built. We're going to take the traffic from 400 lots and add it to the counts that we took and see where we are at that point. If it's warranted, then we're probably at that point going to have to move ahead and be preparing the signal design and get it ready. DOT still will not want to put it in, immediately until the traffic is there, but they're going to say at that point, okay, we think it's going to be needed. Let's go ahead and get the process going. So the same thing after the second year, for an additional year, we'll do the same thing again, and we'll be closer to the end. But what DOT doesn't want to do, what the town doesn't want to do is get all 750 units done and realize we need to put the signal in, and you can't hold anything on the developer at that point. So we want to do it before we get to the end so that we have time to get it designed and, constructed and opened.
How about if you used another number other than the first occupancy, like 400 or so, and then have that 2-year period after that?
Well, we project that this will start construction in 2026 with a 4-year build out. So we're not going to start probably on the north until the south is close to completion. So that would be 26. The first CO would
You said 40, so you're talking 2030 conceivably before it would even be completed.
Could I piggyback on, just to add another perspective here? I think our concern is, it's very clear, the first certificate of occupancy. What's unclear is, then the 2 years kind of becomes unrelated to the number of units, if that makes sense. So I think what we're looking for is maybe more of a certificate of occupancy that's somewhere halfway through the project, as you kind of mentioned, 400 units or something like that, if possible.
If you would like for us to amend the condition to tie it to certificate of occupancies rather than a timeframe, we can do that.
Well, in that situation, I'd want it to be the complete, the final certificate of occupancy, right? Because we don't want to do halfway. And I mean, it needs to be some sort of certificate of occupancy then.
I think what Rhino was saying is that you can start to see a clear pattern of the amount of traffic that is generated from our development, and then we can project what it's going to be, the remainder of it.
I just don't feel comfortable with that personally.
I do. I think if you're willing to look at it at 350 homes built in, because we're not even talking about starting this until 2026, and get that building process started, you be at 50% completion and then evaluate the traffic situation, which I'm willing to bet is going to be in favor and support a signal light there, which will allow you to get those processes in place. And then before it is completely built out, those safety precautions will already be in place. So I think that is a very reasonable request. I don't understand why you would have heartburn over at the midpoint.
I just, like I said again, you have all these factors, houses. Is a certificate of occupancy mean the house is actually sold?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I don't like the first certificate of occupancy. I don't like him putting a time frame on it. I would prefer to see it where it would be,
Well, they just agreed to 350.
350, and then you evaluate it for full build out.
We would be able to project full build out at that time, yes. And that would give it a number of years for the background, for the other additional developments to have developed at that time.
Yep. And we need to do it before we start approaching the end, because if we get to the end and it takes, a few months to do a design, get it approved, and then 6 or 8 months to get it installed, it's another year, potentially. And so we need to do it before the end so that we can get ahead of it, as much as we can. And there'll be enough the reason we don't do it like today and say we need to put the signal today is we don't know. DOT doesn't know. Otherwise, they would have said, put the signal in, at some point, put it in at 300 units or 400. They don't know. We don't know. I think you're probably right. And what Kelly said was correct. We'll start to see the pattern, as we get 300 or 400 units open, or say 350. We'll start to see the pattern at that point. That's some good data, at that point to use. And then we're going to project the rest of it, but we're not projecting all 750. We're projecting, 350 or 350, but we're basing it on actual data that's there from 350 units that are actually there. So it's a better way to do it. And we just don't want to get to the end, because getting to the end causes the town problems, DOT problems, developer problems, everybody problems when we get to the end.
Okay. So if I, to try to go ahead and get this over, I heard a couple of different words, and I got to think also how the staff are going to have to track this and kind of transact it in the long run. You're proposing 770. Is that the current total number of units?
I think the master plan shows 700. Well, it shows 750, but we are limiting our units in certain areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think to the mayor and to Mr. Casey's point, if we used a number of 400, at that point, at least 50% of the units have been built, CO'd, and likely moved into, so the traffic is real numbers on the ground.
Correct.
You could then utilize that to project, which if your build out is the same as you've been with about 10 units a month, so you would still have about 2.5 years of inventory, 2.5 years of inventory to give time for the study to be done. If it warrants it, then it can be constructed prior to you guys basically pulling off the site with the final homes. So if I could just propose to try to get something done here, If we did it at the 400th CO, that the study would be conducted, the numbers would be projected and revamped for whatever the final build-out numbers are that you're projecting. And at that time, if it's warranted, then the developer would construct.
Yes, we would pay for the design and construction of the signal.
So if we use 400, again, that's just past 50% of the total units that they'd be building. The data should be there for us to be able to support a decision at that point. And we can draft some language to make that work.
Okay.
If it's amenable, and I'm looking at the planners and the engineers over there to, when I say we are going to draft it, I'm asking you guys to draft it.
That sounds reasonable to me. If we can get the revised conditions notified and we can get those signed and then put in the ordinance for final signature.
That's condition number 19 and 20, just correct. So, all right.
Sorry?
Condition number 19 and 20, correct?
So for sure 20, which is over and above what was required by NCDOT, I don't think we can change what NCDOT approved, but we can agree to do over and above that. Does that make sense? The wording change will be in 20 because that's what we're agreeing to do over and above what was reviewed by NCDOT at this point. Oh, sorry.
So there's no, so back to, sorry, I'm slow. So number 19, then you're monitoring it for 1 year from when?
Well, so now we're not monitoring it for 1 year. We would monitor it at, well, we work out the wording, but somewhere around the 400th.
Okay,
approaching
so it's the same thing, okay, all right.
CO.
For clarity, that would be.
Go ahead, Ms. Arch.
400 units, or is there, or 350 or 400 units?
Well, that's what I was actually going to mention real quickly, because the condition on number 19 is set up a little bit differently, obviously, than number 20. So looking through 19, what I was more thinking, because I understand the desire to have a timing component linked to these, and I think that's the intention. It's more about spelling that out in the condition. So if the condition on number 19 could have something added that says, completed prior to the final plat of that associated phase. I believe that's the intention, right? That you would be completing those improvements as those areas come online. But if there was some kind of timing component that could be added, such as, the improvements associated with that area completed prior to final plat in that associated area or something along those lines. Does that make sense? Right, because 19 is laid out kind of as a progression as the development unfolds, if I'm understanding it correctly.
So, yeah, so at each of the driveways, we would have to have those installed before DOT would allow us to have the driveway permit. We would not be allowed to have the driveway without those improvements. So those are just, they monitor themselves because they wouldn't issue the driveway permit without those improvements.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
So as long as, I'm going to roll that around in my head, I know what you're saying and that makes sense. And I believe that was the intention. It's just a matter of, that's not in the condition, but I'm going to roll that around and see where we get here.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
If I may, is it reasonable to maybe tie these studies for condition 20 to the completion or CO of each phase rather than the total number of units? So phase 1, phase 2, and then phase 3 for monitoring?
We do not have the phases defined right now. Is the only problem is I don't know yet. I don't know how quickly.
It might be worth a consideration if you maybe got, 300 units in phase 1, 100 units in phase 2, how that might align with the monitoring, and so just something to.
Okay. We haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
Phase 2 and phase 3, we don't know the numbers.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from council? All right, if not, this has been noted as a public hearing, and I'll open the floor for the public hearing. If you wish to speak, please take your name and address for the record. If there are comments that you wish to share, the key of all of this is to make sure your concerns are listed in the minutes of this meeting and go on the official record. So if, for example, someone mentions their concern over traffic, there would not be a need for 15 other people to stand up and express their need over traffic. So I want to, operate this in a timely fashion, but I appreciate the fact that all of you have come out tonight. And once we finish with this verbal phase of the public hearing, I will ask those who are in attendance to please stand if you are in opposition of this. And because I think that is good for council to see, and not only for council, but for those viewing us tonight through the camera to know as well. So we will proceed. There is a 3-minute limit per speaker, and I will be keeping time. And I will open up the floor at this time for first public comment.
Good evening. My name is Kim Schaffner. I'm a retired physician and now a practicing attorney in North Carolina. When I'm going to put my PowerPoint on this computer because it's slightly at variance with what I believe was provided to you this morning, I had to do a little self-correction. Let me start by saying this. When the prophet Isaiah addressed his people thousands of years ago, he said, "Come, let us reason together." And that's exactly what I would request that we do here, reason together. There are some disparate points that need to be brought out. There's some disagreements, and unfortunately, it falls in your lap to make those decisions. And let me say parenthetically, they ain't paying you enough to do this. I think you'll agree with me. Here we are. Very good. Next. All right, I'm going to mention traffic first of all. All of us who've sat at Walmart trying to get into town on a Friday afternoon or Monday afternoon, all of us who've been clogged up on Shotwell, it's clear that there's a lot of traffic difficulty here. The growth rate, as you probably know, over the last 3 years of Clayton has been 13.2%. This is from the News and Observer. And I'm going to reference a TIA from 2017 for your consideration. Now remember, 13.2% growth rate. With growth becomes traffic. Traffic is great, except when it becomes congested and uncontrolled. It makes the town less desirable for new homeowners, less desirable for new businesses. We just need to take a serious look at the traffic consideration. This is from 2017. This is Ashcroft 2, which I understand has already been approved. If you look at the new external trips at the bottom for Ashcroft 2 alone, over 4,000. I know that a substantial number of these will come along Covered Bridge Road and another into town on O'Neill. This is the DOT scoping checklist developed for Ashcroft 2, and they've added in a potential shopping center, making the total number of unadjusted trips over 12,000 trips. And that is 7 years ago. That was 2017. Let's look at the TIA submitted in 2022, assuming an annual growth rate of 3%. And I'll show you in the next table, the DOT says total additional trips. In contrast to what was presented, it's 9,400, over 9,400. That does not include Highgate and undercounts the number that are on Overlook South. This is the TIA, and you can see it was actually prepared for MI Homes, which attempted to develop this property multiple years ago. It's been washed, dried, and refolded and signed off again in 2022. And this is a table from the site trip generation. This is from the DOT, 9,400 additional trips. And you can see that Overlook North, 750 units. Overlook South, which is actually over 600 units, is undercounted. Now, those of you who have driven Covered Bridge Road know that it's almost a racetrack. It's a 55-mile-an-hour zone, and I'll say, additionally, a high-visibility crosswalk on Covered Bridge Road is going to be a death trap. I'm 69. I don't walk across Covered Bridge Road because it's dangerous. I'd just like to point that out. So there are multiple developments that feed traffic onto Covered Bridge Road. And here's an inset. And let's see if this works. Nope. I'll use my handy dandy laser pointer here. We have Covered Bridge Road here. This is Highgate, Overlook South. Smith Ridge, Old Mill Stream. Look at this mess. That's Riverwood. I believe this is Walton Farms. These are Loop Road. There's going to be some development there. This is Ashcroft 1 and 2. Look where they're all going. Covered Bridge Road. Now, is that what we really want?
Sorry, your 3 minutes is up.
I'm sorry?
Your 3 minutes is up.
I asked to speak as an attorney and as an expert, and I believe I was given 5 minutes. Remember, I've only been given 5 minutes to rebut over an hour of testimony. I hardly think that's proportionate.
Okay, I'll give you 2 more minutes.
Thank you.
I just needed it clarified for the record that you are an attorney.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so we know that Overlook South, 600 plus homes, Overlook North, 750 homes, Highgate, 190 homes. That is 1,565 new homes right on Covered Bridge Road. And these are the neighborhoods that will also add to Covered Bridge Road traffic. The Campo says that widening of Covered Bridge Road is not planned until 2050. And I will take issue with the proposal of turn lanes. If you've driven Covered Bridge Road, you see that many people are using those turn lanes as passing lanes. It is dangerous. All right, the Unified Development Code, well thought out, well researched, very insightful. It took a lot of time to get this together, and Pulte, as I understand, is asking these modifications to UDC standards. You saw a storage unit strictly adhere to the UDC standards. They're there for a reason, but I will summarize this by saying that Pulte is asking for smaller lots, shorter driveways, and closer setbacks than the UDC specifies. And this is what you get when you have small lots, short driveways, and short setbacks. You get a parking lot. You don't get a community. This is another view. Is this the small town feeling we're looking for? Uh-oh. Well, this is the proposed home density. You saw that they wanted 2.1 units per acre. Well, that's actually sleight of hand. There are only 141 buildable acres in this property. They want to put 750 homes on those 141 acres, which comes out to 5.32, not 2.1 homes per acre, as you've been told. This was confirmed, the buildable area was confirmed by Clayton County staff. And this is from their Overlook master plan, and you can see they say overall density of 2.1 units per acre. It may be legal, but as I said, it's sleight of hand. Environmental concerns will be addressed separately, and I'm not going to cover that slide. UDC, the comprehensive growth plan, exceptionally well thought out, took a lot of time. And it outlines what we believe is the best interests of the community. These are some of the criteria in the development plan, and you will understand when you hear from our riverkeeper that the proposed development is contradicting a number of these criteria in the growth plan, and specifically it says to discourage development in primary conservation resource areas, which is exactly the plot of Overlook North. Let's talk about the floodplain. This is the latest updated floodplain map from the state. You can see that it goes almost halfway to Brook Hill Drive. It's a lot larger than it is shown on the Pulte map, and if you put them side by side, they're incompatible. I believe that this is an issue that should be considered. It's illegal, as you know, to build on a floodplain. separation of subdivisions. Not going to cover this in the interest of time. One of the engineers in the town has been following this, has had concerns about the environmental aspect. He does not think it's a good fit for the area. Pulte wants to be a good neighbor, but I can tell you that court cases do not exactly corroborate that point. And you'll see from the Riverkeeper's presentation that they've not been good neighbors in a development in Durham. They've already violated the runoff codes.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you. I will leave you, it's on the PowerPoint, request to OMS homeowners. I just ask that we not end up with houses upon houses, ecological disasters, and essentially a parking lot. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor McLeod and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to pull up my slides. My name's Samantha Kropp, for the record. I work as the Noose River Keeper with the nonprofit Sound Rivers, and I was also assured that I would receive 5 minutes to speak tonight. I do not think that I will need all 5, but I just wanted to verify that I won't be cut off at 3.
I am of the opinion that I granted permission to the attorney, but I am not familiar with granting you an additional 2 minutes, but I will see about your content and delivery, and we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you. So as I stated, my name is Samantha Kropp. I am here in my role as Noose River Keeper with the nonprofit Sound Rivers. We are a 42-year-old environmental organization, and we're based here in southeastern North Carolina. For the record, I live in Raleigh, but through this role, I spend a lot of my time on the Noose River in Clayton and in the greater Johnston County area. We actually have a sampling program where we sample the water adjacent to Covered Bridge Road on the Noose River every single week through the summer months. So through that, I've become very well acquainted with water quality issues and also the public benefit that the Noose River provides in this part of Clayton. Here in the Upper Noose, stressors from developments are a leading cause of water quality pollution, and that is why through my role I often monitor land use changes and occasionally engage in rezoning proposals that could negatively impact water resources. We do believe that Carolina Overlook development is an example of one such potentially harmful proposal for our water resources, and I'd just like to spend a couple minutes explaining the whys of that. So first and foremost, the applicant did acknowledge briefly that this project site includes a documented natural heritage area. I want to explain what that means. Essentially, this area has been surveyed by the North Carolina Natural Heritage Registry and designated as a high-value conservation area. And this is because it has rare and threatened species and unique aquatic habitats. It has unique Piedmont levee forest, rich soils, and a smattering of mature trees scattered throughout the area, many of which would be clear-cut by the construction of this proposal. In addition to being along the Noose River, the project area contains a network of headwater streams that do originate on this site and pour into the Noose. Headwater streams like these provide very significant reduction in pollutants, such as nutrients and sediment pollution, and they're a major source of food for downstream aquatic ecosystems. And importantly, I want to stress, this is the town of Clayton's only mapped natural area. It's the only one in the town of Clayton outside of the Noose River itself. So from the years 2018 to the current moment, the Natural Heritage Program has documented the presence of 5 threatened and endangered species on this project site. These species are listed up here. I will not go through the Latin names of all of them, but they include a number of bivalves that are threatened, and also an endangered green floater mussel, which is currently under evaluation by the federal government for listing under the Endangered Species Act federally. While habitat loss and downstream sediment issues are leading causes of population decline in these threatened species, to this date we have not seen any species surveys conducted by the applicant on this site. Another major issue is that this developer only plans to leave a minimal of 50-foot riparian buffer along these headwater streams. The Natural Heritage Program recommends a 300-foot buffer along the aquatic natural habitat, which is the Noose in this case, and at least a 100-foot buffer on streams that feed into that aquatic natural habitat, which is this network of streams that you see here. 50 feet is the very, very minimum allowable by state law that this developer can offer. And so instead of protecting natural resources, the developer is just proposing a number of stream crossings. Each of these crossings would impact water quality and in-stream habitat, and they will require permits from the State Department of Water Resources and Federal Army Corps of Engineers. So I won't go too much into steep slopes as this was mentioned, but just noting that strategy NR 1.1.1 does note a steep slope prohibition in the comp plan, and this proposal would be building on significant steep slopes that are adjacent to these headwater streams that I discussed. Disturbing steep slopes does contribute to erosion and sediment runoff, which I've said is a leading cause of habitat decline for these threatened species. Additionally, converting steep slopes in forested areas to impervious surfaces creates flood risk for downstream communities by reducing the capacity for absorption of rainfall and increasing the quantity and velocity of stormwater runoff. So again, I won't spend a lot of time here, just to note these are a few of Clayton's comprehensive plan goals that are in direct contradiction to this proposal. It does not protect and enhance natural resources. It does not protect water quality and quantity for the reasons I discussed. And I would argue that this ultimately, this Clayton's only natural area is ultimately not an appropriate place for such a dense development. And as the Neuse River Keeper, I do work in the entire 6,235 square mile Neuse watershed. And so I have had the opportunity to actually witness others of Pulte's developments in other parts of the watershed. This is a picture here of Pulte's Solana development in southeast Durham, which has repeatedly contributed to significant sediment pollution in Durham County. These photos were taken by me during an aerial monitoring flight that we conducted of this location, and they illustrate what you're seeing is here severe sediment pollution that is running into wetland areas. This is coming from Pulte's site, and Durham regulators, actually, as you can see on the top, notice of violation, have documented this pollution and have issued 2 notices of violation to this developer just in the past year because of construction sediment leaving the site. I want to be clear that these are Clean Water Act violations, and this is happening now in Durham County.
Your time is up.
Yes, thank
and
you very
I gave you
much.
over 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any more questions. I did submit more robust comments about a month ago with a lot more in them, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I just take this out and put this? Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. My name is Kelly Johnson. I am a resident of Old Mill Stream neighborhood, and I am also a licensed attorney and would like to utilize the 5 minutes that attorneys were granted.
I will give you 3 minutes.
Okay, you have an attorney or 2 more coming after me.
Everybody will have 3 minutes from this point moving forward. I only granted exception for the first person who asked, and that was the first gentleman who spoke.
Okay. That's not what we were told, but I understand. 3 minutes.
Yep.
All right. Are you keeping time?
Of course.
Okay. I will start mine when you start yours as well, just so I can keep track of
Your
what I'm saying.
time starts now.
Now, okay. My name is Kelly Johnson. I'm a licensed attorney. I've been through that. You've heard Samantha Kropp speak about the proposed site's designation as a national heritage area and the significance of that designation. It is the only national heritage area in the town of Clayton. Still, Pulte's proposed plan for Carolina Overlook North would involve extensive clear cutting of the land. Clear cutting is defined as the cutting down and removing of every tree from an area. And this is an issue because this land is not only a national heritage area, but because clear cutting of canopy and legacy trees harms erosion control, removes shade necessary for other plants, and results in ecological imbalance. These trees scrub CO2 from the atmosphere and produce oxygen. These trees also provide additional habitats for the community of decomposers, invertebrates, fungi, bacteria, and other microorganisms, critical to soil formation and foundational to ecology. Legacy trees provide still more nesting and denning sites for a variety of birds and mammals. Spend one day along Broke Hill Drive, and it won't take long to notice the many animals that are there without even entering the tree line. Clear cutting for Overlook South can be seen in this picture here. Note that there are substantial slopes being carved away. That is called terracing, and it can produce future erosion and soil quality nightmares. Here is a picture of additional clear cutting at the Overlook South site. I think the picture speaks for itself. Again, another picture of clear cutting, and another, and another. This is along Covered Bridge Road directly. Here's another example of clear cutting on Covered Bridge Road, and yet another. And down here, you can see the buffer that is put in by Pulte. You can see the difference in the vegetation that is naturally occurring and the vegetation that is down further down the road. There's more clear cutting right up to this homeowner's yard, and additionally along City Road. This is a picture of Brook Hill Drive. This is the only area of ingress and egress to Old Mill Stream. You can see the natural vegetation along each side of the road. Now, Pulte's master plan proposes a 20-foot type C buffer along project perimeters per section 155.40T of the UDC, which establishes the minimum requirements for the buffers. You can see here the minimal amount that is provided in that graph there. And for context, a 20-foot buffer, that is less than the length of a fire truck or a school bus on average. Now, this is another picture of Brook Hill Drive and the vegetation. Now, Pulte's proposed Class C plantings will clearly not provide the canopy or natural beauty that is along Brook Hill Drive, and that is the entrance to Old Mill Stream neighborhood. If this natural heritage area is clear cut to develop as Pulte has proposed, habitats and ecosystems will be destroyed. The natural beauty that is the town of Clayton will be destroyed in the name of growth and for the financial profit of a national builder. We can't get this gone once it's back anytime soon. We ask the town to pause, to think about this decision, to review additional information needed, and to do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Charles Tyndall. I live at 101 Michael Way. I'm a professional truck driver. Does it give me 5 minutes?
We just had the perfect example of how this should work in modeling the way, so you do as well as she did.
Well, I don't have, Kim stole most of my thunder, so I do have some serious questions about the TIA that's been presented. The Earth Property TIA, which was done in 2018, shows that 750 homes on the north side would generate 6,400 trips a day. And the one that's presented tonight is showing at 3,285. What's different? Same number of houses, and it's 80% occupation rate of retirees versus 100% previously. All right, on the south side, we're showing like 450 units is going to generate 2,960 trips a day. Is that including the new section that's going by City Road? It's a question. Now, I'm going to back out a little bit on the transportation aspect. As was alluded, Covered Bridge Road is a major traffic corridor. I mean, it supports Archer's Lodge, Flowers Plantation, Ashcroft, both the Riverwoods, even commuters from Zebulon and Wendell. So, excuse me. The updated TIA for Walton Farms corroborates the high traffic volume there. So this volume does indeed substantiate the need for the traffic lights at City Road as well as North O'Neill Street. And Bobbitt Road and Brook Hill aren't far behind. But if you zoom out a little further, where are we going in a hurry? We've got ridiculous amounts of traffic that is dangerous. Passing in traffic zones, turn lanes, tailgating, speeders. So what's the hurry? Every route south is a bottleneck. O'Neill Street is a quagmire at Main Street. You got commuters diving into residential areas on West Stallings, East and West Front Street. You go down City Road, it dead ends again on West Stallings.
And Shotwell Road, traffic light's great. But between 70, new and old, you've got too much semi-traffic. Now, what's the plan? We can continue building houses. But where's the traffic gonna go? Now, furthermore, with a 55-plus community, I got too much to say in too little time.
Well, you got a minute left.
Oh, good. All right, but if you get on Shotwell Road, you're looking at heavy semi-traffic, multiple light cycle delays to get to 70. Plus, when you get on 70, you can have a backup at any time of day, and it's awful at rush hour. We all know this. Now, with the 55-plus communities, how is EMS going to effectively serve them? Are we going to lose people because of delays in being able to get to a hospital? So I really believe this TIA is flawed, because I have communicated with DOT, and this was a different presentation than I've seen before. But the range can go from 1% to 5% for growth. But eventually, with the population being at 11% for Clayton or more, and 12% for Johnson County, 3% seems low. Plus, as one DOT engineer explained to me, conclusions of TIAs are not always accurate or applicable. So I'm asking the board, or excuse me, the town council, to look beyond the numbers and make a good decision for Old Mill Stream and the residents of Clayton. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so before we continue, I would just like to let you know that we have heard about traffic, transportation, and environmental, so do not speak to those topics again. They're already entered in the record.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name's Angela Wade. My home is at 118 Michael Way in the Old Mill Stream community. If the developers of Carolina Overlook North are allowed to proceed with their plans for creating the proposed age-restricted community, I believe this will adversely affect the quality of our life that our residents in Old Mill Stream currently enjoy. In these brief few moments, I would like to bring to light some of our concerns, some relevant areas of concern in our community. The area of concern that most directly affects our quality of life and our home personally would be the overwhelming deforestation leading up to an extremely minimal separation between this new retirement community and our property line. Not only could we expect to lose the beauty of the forest behind our home, but there are homes planned to be built directly behind us on a new road that the developer insists would be necessary to create. They also have determined that this new road off of Brook Hill Drive would need to be connected to Michael Way. If such a connector were to be approved, it would undoubtedly create additional traffic on Michael Way, which is neither needed or desired. However, if this development is inevitable, and it kind of seems like it is at this point, I submit that at the very least, there should be a more respectful separation of the two communities, two very distinct communities with their own unique attributes. In light of these facts, there are some other concerns as to the compatibility of this new development alongside the Old Mill Stream community. We're already anticipating the advent of the approximately 660 age-restricted homes in Carolina Overlook South to create an additional 750 age-restricted homes along a diverse, multi-generational community such as Old Mill Stream does not seem to be in line with the town of Clayton's perceived directives, which is to encourage diversification of future housing. I could foresee the residents of Old Mill Stream feeling like they are now living in a retirement community once the signs for Carolina Overlook North dominate the only entrance to our community, and frankly, some of us are just not quite ready for that yet. I do believe that a more diverse community would be a much better use of this adjacent land should a housing development be deemed inevitable. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear our concerns.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Wade, and my home is at 118 Michael Way in the Old Mill Stream community. And I know that you mentioned that you didn't want to hear any more about traffic, but we've heard about traffic along Covered Bridge. We haven't heard about traffic within the community itself. May I address that?
You have 3 minutes.
I have 3 minutes. You've got it. So another area of concern that could adversely affect our quality of life should this project move forward is in the area of construction logistics. We can only surmise that having a construction project of this magnitude going on for an indeterminate amount of time between our neighborhood and our only adjoining road will undoubtedly result in an unwelcome disruption of our neighborhood access. There is literally one road in and one road out of our community. And we can only assume that there will be a great deal of additional traffic on Covered Bridge Road, as we've already discussed, after all of these additional homes are built and occupied by new residents. And with the removal of so many trees on this land, we could certainly expect a dramatic change in the beautiful wooded paths down Brook Hill Drive that our residents have come to enjoy on their way home each day. Looking online the other day, I noticed a number of descriptions about our community. And I won't go through all of these, but one of them said, Old Mill Stream fosters a warm and inviting community lifestyle. Another one said, quiet streets offering peace, privacy, and natural beauty. And finally, one said, quiet country living at its finest. Wouldn't it be a shame to have to change those desirable descriptions because they were no longer true? One final question. If this were your home, and your community, how would you want those who could make a difference to proceed on your behalf? Thank you for allowing us to voice our concerns tonight. Thank you in advance for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. My name is Ginny Hoyt, and I'm at 100 Michael Way. As a resident of Old Mill Stream, I am asking the Clayton Town Council to seriously consider the huge and negative impact the Carolina Overlook North will have on the quality of our lives. You have received many letters, information packets, and emails from our neighbors describing in detail our concerns and objections to having this development on top of us. I'm confident that you have also reviewed the important studies and conditions that Pulte Del Webb is required to do for this application to be considered. What you have not received from them is any kind of study or documentation on the negative impact this development will have on the residents of these two existing neighborhoods. That is because there isn't one. They have not approached any current resident to inquire how they could lessen their negative impact or to work with us to find constructive solutions to those concerns. Talking and seriously working with your neighbor is a good first step towards being the good neighbor they want us to believe they desire to be. The negative impact of the many years of having to deal with the disruption to our lives and the countless negative consequences will be extensive. You are also well informed on the impact it will have on the environment, the habitat of so many forms of life that is essential to all of us. Pulte Del Webb has taken into consideration many things. The most important factor, however, they have not. And that factor is the people and the lives they will forever negatively impact. An undisturbed significant distance along the property lines of the residents of the existing two developments and the reduction of 2% of the proposed density of homes, specifically behind Michael Way, along with the necessary traffic safety and improvements, is not unachievable. It could be done. We respectfully ask the Town Council to agree to table this proposed development application in order to find a proper, fair, and amiable solution to the many legitimate concerns or negative impacts on our quality of life and safety of the residents of Old Mill Stream and Smith Ridge will ultimately suffer. Please ask yourselves, the quality of your life on so many levels was in jeopardy as ours is. How would you feel in our predicament like ours? When so much is lost, the damage is forever done. You will not get it back, and the generations to come will pay the ultimate price. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you are here this evening and you are opposed to this development, would you please stand? Okay, thank you. And if you have something to contribute to the public record that has not already been spoken into the record, would you please raise your hand? Okay, so if you 5 people would form a line right here, we're going to hear your comments, 3 minutes each, and they will all pertain to things that this council has not already heard. Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Mills, 2205 Smith Drive, Smith Ridge. The last time I was here, I spoke about the curve and the grading that down, and the engineer, when you asked them if it was something they could do about that, that wasn't mentioned. It can be graded down. I don't know what's going to happen with all of this, but that curve, that still needs to be taken care of. And I spoke with Jason Grantham, Assistant Division Traffic Engineer with the North Carolina Department of Transportation, and he says he's gotten a lot of calls. And I spoke with him about, they don't handle that part of it, but I spoke with him about slowing the traffic down. It's 45 miles an hour on Shotwell. It's 45 miles an hour after you get to that stop sign down to Covered Bridge and O'Neill, but it's 55 where we are, and it really needs to come down to 45 too. People hop on there and they zoom. But that hill, that curve, you're coming, whether out of our neighborhood or off a city road, it is a race for your life, no matter what you're doing, because any second someone's coming over there and you don't know it and they can't see you, you can't see them. I'd also like to say that the River Keeper's presentation, I think that's the presentation tonight you really need to take to heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor McLeod, you, as a citizen, I want to give you a visual. I'm going to show you from my perspective where the community, what objections there are to this. And I would love one of them. This is probably one of the most complex ones you've had since, I think, the one over on the river you had last year. And the Arp family has been a good steward. 2 of the family members are here. This project, the south side, looks good. The north side is a different story, and I have a perspective and I have suggestions. So with that, if you would indulge me and keep in mind, they had 1 full hour. So
It's okay. I want you to keep in mind that this council has been sitting in their chairs for 3 solid hours without a restroom break. So while I'm respectful to how much time everybody is given, I'm also respectful to what's going on this side, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, if you've got to take a break, then
You have
why don't
3
you all
minutes.
take it there?
You have 3 minutes.
I think this is grossly unfair, and I hope that you all change the manner in which you do things. I've handed you what I can show you on my plan here. We're talking about a road that's 1.96 miles. It begins at Shotwell Road. It ends at O'Neill Street. And I want you to look at those, if you'll pass them out, that I've given to you. I have put on this paper, beginning at Shotwell and Covered Bridge, the property that is impacted at this end And what you're doing here is setting a precedent of that. You've got 208.49 acres, which Ashcroft owns. They will be before you. What is going to happen there? The town has 78.59 acres, and that's where the sewer is. Caterpillar is 259 plus 51. Then you have the Hunt property, Governor Hunt, his brother Robert, his niece Sarah, and his daughter that own the property. And I want you to look here at the intersection of Glen Laurel Road here. Okay? Glen Laurel Road is extended across to the environmental sciences property. Now, let me just back up. In 2017, I presented an application for the property at Ranch Road and Little Creek Church Road. And as a part of that, there was an exhibit, which was a future land use plan. And on that plan, and it's on this thumb drive I have, if anybody wants to see it, is the dotted lines to show the preservation of the south and the north connectors. And Ms. Archer referred to a solution to the traffic problem on the south side. Well, that didn't come about as a result of the preservation. What you all did, or your predecessors, you required, beginning with Cobblestone and some of the other developers, to dedicate a part of that. And that's been 20 years, and none of the rest of it has been done. There's a strip of land at Dr. Meehan's office that is still there. On the north side, it was supposed to begin at Shotwell Road and then extend through the property and come out at Glen Laurel Road. There is no other place to disperse traffic on the north side of town, none whatsoever. The south side, we've got Highway 70 and then 42 being rerouted to 39 at 70. So you look at this as well, and you look on the north side of the Neuse River, okay? You've got land there to be developed. Where's that traffic going to go? Go up to Riverwood, disperse to Smithfield Road? Not likely. So what has been created is a problem. I listened at the presentation and talking about a traffic impact analysis. My thought is this: I don't know what was used. Some of it looked like 22, but part of this would be using information and statistics that did not take into account. And that article in the News and Observer was Sunday, that Clayton, over the past 3 years, has had a rate of 13.9% growth. And you looked at some of the documents there, and those documents had an agreement, I think, with the town to use a 3% growth rate there. It seems to me, and I would suggest two things. One, the density be reduced. There's a beautiful forest there, and the canopy of trees as you're approaching O'Neill Street is just beautiful. And going down there, and I've been down there as a boy, going down to the river is a priceless gem. That needs to be worked on. I mean, 7 pages, 20-some objections, and you're not giving time or paying attention, in my perspective, from my perspective, respectively. So, one, I think that they need to go back and do a traffic impact analysis that gets current statistics. And I thought it was kind of interesting. We'll look at it in a year. It needs to have a fresh look and then make some adjustments that accommodate the traffic, because that road is going to be horrible. Thank you, I think.
Thank you.
My name is Sandra Doldy. My husband, Don, of nearly 55 years, and I live at 2020 Smith Drive on 3.6 acres with 2 pastures. And we share a 700-foot boundary with the future Pulte debacle. I'm not happy about it. Every day I wake up and I think I'm on vacation. I love it here. We're from Pennsylvania, and we've been here since 2015. I too could use a comfort break, and I'm really hungry. But I just wanted to thank you and hope that you consider everything when you make your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I don't need 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is David Hoyt. I live at 100 Michael Way. We as residents of Old Mill Stream respectfully ask that Pulte Del Webb not insult us by thinking that by removing one sidewalk on the north side of the proposed road parallel to Michael Way is any kind of a big concession on their part. Anyone can see on the map there is no room to begin with for a roadway through that area due to the identified wetlands in close proximity to people's backyards, much less than one sidewalk on either side. With what we are hearing and seeing on the new master plan, there is no one changed that has made to show the concessions besides the elimination of one sidewalk. No one requests by the residents of Old Mill Stream has been taken into consideration, such as respectable separation between the two developments. 40 feet is not acceptable. Reduction of homes by 2%, thus eliminating the needs of houses and roadways parallel to Michael Way and providing an acceptable separation between the two developments, thus reducing the safety and privacy concerns inherited by houses and roadways on top of people's backyards. Eliminating one house does not cut it. Traffic and safety concerns on both Brook Hill Drive and Cover Bridge Road defines definitive answers and solutions to many safety issues and elevations, blind hills, speed, and traffic signals. The negative impact Carolina Overlook North will ultimately have on the residents of Michael Way and their quality of life has, for intents and purpose, has been ignored by Pulte Del Webb. We respectfully ask the town council to table their decision on the proposed development until Pulte Del Webb shows some concessions in respect towards the residents of Old Mill Stream, and particularly the residents of Michael Way. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Hunter. I live on 179 Clear Drive. I want to speak to the emergency services part. I don't think anybody's hit that yet. Hopefully not. I don't have any notes or PowerPoint either, so I'm kind of go off the hip. I was in public safety for a number of years, so I'm familiar with a semi-rural, semi-urbanized, town or area that you would serve. So for me, I mean, this kind of goes along with traffic too, but as we start to build and grow this area, navigating these streets become more and more difficult. Excuse me. Along Main Street in Clayton, at any time during the day, there's nowhere to pull off, right? Parking is stacked from, let's just say TRLE all the way down to almost Vincent's. And so as we start to, whoever's driving the force behind this, as things are built out, as things are reviewed, as things are planned for, I mean, we can't let public services go to a reactionary decision. Instead, should be a proactive decision. And so with planning these developments, with planning these new roads, which I think are fine, not my preference, but, whatever, that's just me. I think that the entire envelope of the services that are impacted should be taken into consideration. As someone who drove fire trucks, and I can tell you that as people continue to flow here, Main Street, O'Neill Street, City Road, where it dead ends into the grave, the cemetery, it's going to increasingly become more difficult to even get anywhere. Because as these people that come get impatient with waiting on Covered Bridge Road to navigate to wherever they're going, they're going to start taking these shortcuts. And those shortcuts are O'Neill Street, Front Street, Main Street, City Road, and anywhere else that I'm leaving out. So again, there's solutions to all these problems. However, I think the solutions should be looked at from a proactive standpoint and not a reactionary standpoint, and we wait and see what justifies a light, or what justifies rerouting a road, or what justifies widening a road. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Tony Wayne. I live at 525 West Walkerwoods Lane, Clayton. I'm a certified general appraiser. I'm managing director of Triangle Republic, which specializes in litigation support. I've been asked to take a look at a diminution in value and at least offer an opinion with reference to the Old Bill Stream subdivision. More work needs to be done and changes need to be addressed in the plan that's been presented as of 2/19/2024, which we saw presented on the screen. I'll limit my comments at this time to the road parallel to Michael Way. In 2023, law changed with reference to wetlands. There are now states that can control regulations to wetlands. In this particular case, it's under federal jurisdiction. The reason it's under federal jurisdiction is because it empties into the Neuse River. We have no information on whether, as David Hoyt suggested, that roadway really will fit. We have no roadway plans, profiles, and contours to let us know if this works. As a comment aside, which is not the community's issue, this roadway has no access to their own pool, community center, and the houses on that roadway have no access to the pool, community center, and mail in their own community. I think that needs to be addressed. And I again repeat, I am not of the belief that this can all be resolved. But at the same time, at this particular point, there are considerations that you people have to look at and realize there could be ramifications down the road. And thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all for your comments. I'm going to close the public hearing and I'm going to turn it over to council for discussion. Mr. Case.
I still have a few questions to the applicant, if that's okay. First, the condition regarding double silt fence, it said along the east side, but is that double silt fence going to encompass all of the riparian buffers? Which are I think if I don't have the condition in front of me, but I think it said something to the effect that it would
Yes,
feeder
on the
streams.
east side of Brook Hill Drive. Yes.
Say what?
On the east side of Brook Hill Drive, yes.
But is it, I mean, I'm looking at a map right now, and if we need to call one up, does that mean,
The feeder streams?
so it's all the feeder streams?
Yes.
Can we pull the conditions back up too, so we can just confirm? And then the next question I had while that's getting pulled up is, has overlay been, I know we have a steep slope ordinance that we adopted a couple years ago. Has an overlay been done with the steep slope ordinance? And if it's not intruding on that, we all be willing to make a condition that it will not deviate from our steep slope ordinance?
So we have identified the steep slopes in our topographical survey. And we are not going to disturb those. We are not requesting any variance from the standards in the UDC for steep slopes.
So that would be, you'd be willing to do that in a condition?
I don't know if we can offer a condition for something that's in the UDC, but yes.
Okay, thank you. The other question, I know that there's been some conversations regarding the natural heritage designation for that area. Has that changed, or is that still that whole area, the natural heritage area? Or I guess one of the conditions is regarding signage that there is or used to be. I need to understand that because yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm Ward Marati, Director of Land and Water Resources with Spangler Environmental. The location and extent of the natural heritage area has been referenced has been reduced by at least half. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I went out and visited the site in person with Senior Natural Heritage Program, which is the entity, North Carolina Natural Heritage Program, which is the entity that oversees and makes those designations. And I walked the site with senior ecologists with Natural Heritage Program. They agreed that the location and extent of that feature was well beyond areas that it was appropriate for. By that, I mean it covered pine plantation, early successional hardwoods, locations and extents with ecological resources that were not appropriate for that designation. And that the location and extent of that feature was significantly reduced following. I didn't study, I think there was a sign of it, or a map of it up here briefly, but it extended, when I got brought into the project a few years ago, it extended across almost the entire parcel. And it's been significantly reduced by at least half following the site visit and technical reporting and documentation that we provided to Natural Heritage Program.
So do we know, or do y'all know how much of the now modified version of that natural heritage is going to be disturbed versus what's not?
None of it. None of the updated location and extent of the feature will be cleared or disturbed.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I have a couple other questions / comments. I know one of the challenges with the adjoining neighborhood is that buffer along Michael Way. You reduced the lot size on those are 10,000 square feet. If you increase the lot size, you reduce the lot count. What's the feasibility of just trying to work with those neighbors on just that type of buffer? Not saying extending it, keeping it in the existing footprint, but if they, have some, there's.
We have met with those neighbors multiple times. In fact, we have more than 80 emails back and forth between the Mill Stream residents, more than 40 calls back and forth between these residents, and close to 30 text messages. Those were just to me. All about, we have also called and said we wanted to be good neighbors, that we would be willing to meet with them on site, that we would walk with it, we would preserve what they wanted to preserve, we would plant where they wanted us to plant. In addition to, we would fence if they wanted us to fence. They turned us down on that offer.
If you would be willing to put a condition that you preserve the trees in the buffer they wanted preserved and plant what they willing to plant to a certain extent? I mean, is that something that you?
I think that's overrated.
I would
I
not
mean, she
support
said-
that.
Yeah, so at this
I
point,
understand that,
they
but she
turned
said
down
she
the
talked to him, so that's why.
option to meet on site, and so we don't know what those are. But we are willing to plant and/or put.
I mean, I appreciate, you said that you had that
Yeah.
conversation with him, that's why I only brought that comment up.
I think, and that is a condition, that we were willing to do that.
Okay, so, okay, you're willing to agree that, okay. And I mean, I don't know if I don't want them to be excessive, of course, and I understand you are trying to be quality, try to do something to be good neighbors as well. So I'm just trying to find some sort of
Yeah.
medium, where they're somewhat sufficed and you are too. So thank you.
Yeah. So also, I'd like to point out, because we work in a number of municipalities in the Triangle, that this condition for this street and the number of units, the size of the buffer is more restrictive than any other municipality that we work in for similar, buffers.
Thank you.
Ms. Archer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to revisit condition number 20. I had some proposed language. I don't know if staff would like to listen to this and make sure this is going to work. Upon issuance of the 400th CO, the developer shall monitor and study the intersection of Brook Hill Drive and Covered Bridge Road for a period of 1 year. Analysis shall project full build-out based on the monitoring period and determine if a signal is warranted. If warranted and approved by NCDOT, developer shall construct prior to issuance of the 650th certificate of occupancy. Open to your feedback on that.
Yeah, so to do the study, we'll have to go out and do a traffic count and then prepare a report for DOT. So we can certainly say we'll do that at the 400 CO or something to that effect. And if it doesn't meet it, we can monitor it for another year. Is that what you're asking, or till 650 COs?
Well, I think the way I tried to build it here was that the analysis at the 400th CO would project full build out. So at that time, if it's using the full build out projection and it's not warranted, which I kind of find hard to believe, but if it's not, that would just be what the study shows.
Well, if I understood it correctly, I think you may want to say prior to the issuance of like the 401st CO or something like that.
Okay.
Maybe would be one way to do it. And then
I see what you're saying. Yes.
right. And then the only thing that concerns me a little bit about putting two numbers on it, two thresholds, is that we want to make sure we got enough time to do the study, see that if it's approved, do the design, and then get it constructed. And so they're not out there building and all of a sudden they're held up for another 6 months, because they need that 600th CO or whatever it is. So I think, maybe there's a way to do it. I think doing the study about the 400 CO is a good idea. I like that. Prior to like the 400th or 401st CO, the signal warrant study will be completed. And then if it's warranted, if a signal is warranted, then I think it'll have to be installed, but I'm a little nervous about putting an exact unit count on that. Because I think if it's going to be warranted, we're going to need to install it as soon as we can. But I'm a little bit nervous about putting a number on it. Certainly prior to build out, for sure it would be done. But that makes me a little nervous, just that we're going to end up in a situation where somebody's squeezed somewhere.
I think yes, I understand the nervous about timing, and of course we're nervous about timing as well. We're wanting to make sure that this would be done. Can I look to the traffic engineer? I mean, if we said prior to the 401st, I'm sorry, not traffic engineer.
I'll try to weigh in. I would, one thing I would just, I think we need to clean up a little bit. When we say prior to the 400th, we don't want that to be at the second, right? I mean, we've got the 400 intent was to have enough build out so that we recognize what the actual traffic patterns are. So saying just prior to 400th, that certainly leaves it open to be done, I guess, at the 10th, which we're not suggesting to be done at the 10th. We want to see a significant amount of the build out to really understand what the actual patterns are from this type of use and be able to then take that and project out to full build out. So, I mean, if we want to put a bracket, in there, but I'm a little concerned about leaving it open as just prior to the 400th. And then in terms, in terms of the, to what point the improvements are completed, certainly if it shows that it's warranted at full built out, we'd certainly want to see it done, before that full built out. I don't know if there's another milestone. I don't know if there's phasing, or something you want to propose, but certainly we don't want to necessarily see it get to the end and things are still outstanding. We're holding one CO. I mean, the intent is to go ahead, if it's warranted, go ahead and get the improvements in because they are warranted and needed and being necessary. So, I mean, open to some milestones there, but.
Yeah, I think, so with the 400 CO, maybe it's with the 400 CO, submit a signal warrant study or prepare and submit. Is that kind of, I see what you're saying. I understand that.
I think we'll propose it upon issuance, then do your study, because then you have 400. Okay. But, I don't know what the build out rate is, so certainly understand that there may be some concerns there in terms of how build out. I mean, I think if it's proposed monitoring for a year, and if you're going from 400, I mean, that's 250 COs. Not sure what the full build out of that is in terms of rate and timing.
That'll give us time.
Yeah, so you want to.
What if we go back to 350, do it at 350, because that still gives you about half the development, roughly, and then 650, because that should give us enough time, do the study, do the design, get it approved, get any equipment ordered. I think that
The one question I have there in terms of product type, do you feel at 350 that you're going to have a total mix of the product type, whether it be different size units or single family detached, attached, that may impact that? So 350 is the mix appropriate for the full built out, such that you understand what the full build out is and it's not just one product type moving forward in the first that's going to skew the ultimate results?
Yes. We typically try to get all the different product types in each phase. We're not always able to do that, but that's the goal for every phase.
So we would have 350 built and opened, then do it. I just think it may give us a little more time in there, if that be.
I'll leave the final decision to town council, but that seems acceptable from my standpoint.
One question from a practical application standpoint. So just make sure I'm tracking along here. CO number 350 is issued. You guys start doing your counting of wherever we're at that point. We're monitoring it for a year at that point. So you're looking at it multiple times for the next year, doing your counts, or are you doing a one-time count, then doing your projections and then telling us whether it's warranted or not?
That would be more like the latter, I think. Because monitoring for a year just means we're going to come right back again and do the same thing a year later. So I mean, kind of just think out loud. So at 350, we do the study, just say it's not warranted. Then if we have to come back another year and do it, maybe there's 450 at that point. Okay. So we really haven't gained a whole lot. I think we're going to have a good idea by when there's 350 lots on the ground, if it's going to be warranted or not.
But you take that moment in time at the 350, you do your thing. If it's not warranted, we're still going to monitor it for one more year. And at the end of that year, or no, we're just going to do that one check.
We do the one and see if it's warranted. Because I think by then we're going to know if it's going to be warranted or not at that point. So doing another year, like I said, we may get another, I'm getting 100 units. So we're not going to really know a whole lot more. And it's just one more thing everybody's got to track. I don't think we're going to get a whole lot out of that.
I'm fine. We're fine with doing that. Like if you, I mean, it's just, another account a year later and another study. So there's not, we're fine with doing that. I think Reinald's point is a good one. about having everybody, all the tracking, but if that would make people more comfortable, we're happy to do it.
If I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor? Yes. If you're willing, and I appreciate your willingness, I also understand the logic that you're presenting, but I think you can understand the sensitivity for this particular intersection, so I appreciate that additional year. So for the record, it would be the condition that I stated, and then that additional monitoring for 1 year from that 350th CO. And then while you're up there, I'm sorry, this is so painful, but to clarify something I said earlier, if you look at condition 19, for example, and I know you don't have your phasing situated yet at this point in time, but the beginning of condition 19 notes phase 1. And for me, just kind of looking at the language as it flows through the rest of that condition, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go right ahead.
So the reason that says phase 1 is the original traffic study just listed a whole lot of, all the traffic improvements that needed to be done. There was one improvement that, at the intersection, I think it's with City Road, was it a City Road? A turn lane that needed to be, Shotwell Road, that upon further analysis showed that it did not need to be installed until prior to the final CO. All the other ones have to be installed with phase 1 of the development.
Okay, sure. So I guess what I wanted to clarify with staff who understand the transportation world a lot better than I do is, I think given the nature of how much transportation we're talking, how many impacts we're talking here, to kind of say that we're pinning it on DOT to track driveway permits and that sort of thing made me nervous and uncomfortable. So I didn't know if there was a way to tighten that up. And if I'm out of line, then those of you who understand transportation better than I do could let me know.
I'm curious from the applicant standpoint, so when the phase 1 is there, what is exactly phase 1? And so in this scenario with listing phase 1, are you suggesting that all those improvements are done at a certain time associated with phase 1? And what is phase 1 in this scenario?
So I think in terms of all the turn lanes at driveways, the driveway is not going to be allowed until those improvements are in. As far as, I don't know if I can go intersection by intersection, but I think the other ones are.
Yeah, they're all going to be built when the driveway's built.
Yes, all of those, I believe, will have to be built before the driveway is allowed by NCDOT. Except for the signals, and that's based on meeting warrants, NCDOT warrants.
I think the question there, though, ends up being, because you got a lot of different intersections, phase 1 is not going to, phase 1 of your actual plat, however many lots that's going to be, is not going to encompass every single one of these intersections, correct?
Correct.
So that's, I think, a little bit, I think that's to the councilwoman's and to Joshua's point. If it just says phase 1 and you come in with 5 lots to be your model homes, we're going to interpret it as every one of these have to be installed prior to phase 1.
Yeah,
so I think it is in our best interest for everybody to get a clarity in terms of if it's each of these improvements will be installed within the phase of the lots they serve or adjacent to the lots they serve or something like that. I'm talking off the cuff here, so I probably shouldn't do that, but.
So there was a phasing plan prepared by Reinhold and his group and submitted to DOT, reviewed and approved, and the phases that are detailed in that phasing plan is what that refers to, not the phasing of the development. But you guys signed off on the driveway permit, correct? After DOT, you also sign off on it?
That's correct, yes, the local government has to.
So we would not be issued the driveway permit until DOT and the town staff reviewed it. And we have to prove that those those turn lanes and improvements have to be installed and inspected and accepted, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And from the staff standpoint, we certainly would want to have everything clearly documented if we were to hold up signing of a driveway permit, we would certainly want to have this cleaned up and not just be holding it for some reason we discussed. We would certainly want this to be cleaned up so that we knew exactly at what point, if we were to hold it, what the expectation, and so you guys knew what the expectation was for the town to approve and sign that driveway permit.
So it's our understanding that all of these have to be in before we're issued the driveway permit. That was our intent from the beginning. So however you want to clarify that, we're happy to yeah.
So for the traffic engineer, the TIA is broken down into phases. How is that broken and what phases is the TIA broken into?
Well, the TIA, the original TIA where the improvements were developed looked at basically all the improvements are based on full build out. But what we tried to do is go back and say, the first phase that we had was 375 units. So that was what we were calling kind of phase one. But all the improvements that are listed are based on full build outs, just when they get done. But in phase one, 375 units is what the TIA had in it. And that's what's kind of, to 375 is what all this is good for. It's good for 375.
So if 375 is the number, could it be that all these improvements need to be installed prior to the 375th CO being issued with whatever phase they serve? Is that enough?
I may add just a tagline on that, or if requested by DOT or warranted previously by, and leave that DOT in there as well as if they ask, but I think that certainly gets it, and I'm okay with that, but I'll leave it to town council for final decision.
Thank you, that would resolve it. So I just need to know how to say it now, if to understand the condition we're getting to.
What if we, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to clarify too, like, all of the improvements that are required per the TIA, except for the one turn lane that is for phase two, in the final build out, are going to be part of our first submittal of phase one. So that we're in the process of designing those now.
Which is helpful, but I think that the 375th language was a little more exact, and if everyone's comfortable with that.
And so if everybody's good with 375, what if we make the signal thing 375? Just make it all.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Just do that, yeah. Yes, yes.
I was going to just recommend that same thing for consistency. That would be fantastic.
track
Because I know from a
everything.
staff standpoint, if we're going to have to track this, that'll be real easy for us to just know all improvements in phase one of the TIA phase one improvements need to be installed prior to the 375th. At that point as well, it would trigger the study to begin for the signalized intersection.
Yep. I think
And
that's
let that
easier
be
to
the
track.
condition that you just said. Can that be the condition?
Yes. So I guess for me to try to summarize it, and Joshua, you may have to help me here a little bit, is that for number 19, it would say that all improvements listed under the TIA phase one will be installed prior to the 375th CO with whatever phase they are associated with, subject to DOT concurrence or requirement.
So my only concern with that is if there are driveways that aren't part of, that we have not built yet, until when we get to 375, we wouldn't be allowed to use it. I don't know if
Yeah, I
that's the
think
case.
what
Is that right?
you're Trying to say, I think what you're trying to say though is that if that phase is not built by 375, that it can still move forward. Like if there's a turn, just say, I don't know, I'm gonna pick a driveway, just say.
Right. If it's subject to DOT concurrence, if there's nothing there to serve, they're not going to issue the permit anyway. So
Right.
we leave that in there. It's probably the break point. So if we get to 375, but one of those improvements not done, it'll just have to be done whenever DOT is willing to serve or to sign the permit.
Does that make sense? Or you guys are good with that?
All right, so Conrad's getting this. The one thing I would add there, if I could take it a step beyond just installed and say installed and operational or installed and accepted by DOT, just so that the improvements are not just installed, but are actually functioning and accepted by DOT.
And then we would also update what we previously talked about, number 20, to say the 375th would trigger the start.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you for that. That's a lot of improvements there, and the timing of it was, I felt, important and the responsible thing to incorporate there. So are we clear on the condition language for that between engineer and planning and and council, is everybody, and the applicant, you agree for the record
Yes.
to what was discussed?
Yes, we agree.
Yeah, I did take some notes, so I'll confer with Joshua and with Jim and probably the minutes, and they won't be available, but I'll do my best to come up with a draft, and then we'll run it by the applicants and see what they say. We're not going to change it to any other number. 375 is what I heard. Okay.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No, sir, the public hearing is over. I'm giving the floor to Mr. Sims. No, sir, public hearing has been closed, Mr. Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I would say I absolutely loved the project, pro-growth. I think it's really good that when developers come up here, and even though it's been too long, try to work this thing out, and we try to get concessions. I think you guys have made a lot of concessions. I think the 55 and over appeals to what's going on in Clayton from a demographic standpoint, and is very well needed. My problem is the timing of it, okay? I just don't believe right now with all of, and traffic is a big thing, and the growth that's coming in, I don't feel that the TI accurately depicts what's going on as far as traffic. I've said this, I'll keep saying this, council members probably are tired of hearing this, but in 2.5 years, I have had every TI guy come up here and say, there's not going to be that, impact, not the impact. But when I got here in 2000, and this is 2024, from Shotwell Road to Walmart, I have watched the traffic just increase to go back. Again, I am pro-growth, but I would like to see, for instance, where we are having a build out there on Ranch, where you're going out there towards Glen Laurel. Can we at least see, and this is what I mean by the timing, can we at least see the impact of what that does for the traffic coming in that way? Can we at least try to understand it? Because even when the analysis and all that was done, whether it was in 2018, 2019, whatever year that was done in, the percentage of the growth that has happened is different than what it was then. So we still are going to be observing things or whatever. I make no bones about it. I'm an aviation guy. That's what I did in the Marine Corps. My bachelor's degree is in aviation. And I say that to say that the Osprey, an aircraft, I was actually one of the guys as far as from want to use engineering, whatever test standpoint, but we use a term called cause and effect. That everything that happens on an aircraft, no matter how big and no matter how small, there's a cause and effect. I think that in any of these things, these development, there's a cause and effect that's not really, and again, I'm not downing you guys that do these TIs, you guys are engineering, but there's something wrong here because we see this traffic, even though everybody says there's not going to be minimal, input. So again, love the project, but I just want to put that out there for where my stance is on it right now.
All right. Any other questions of the applicant? Thank you both. Oh, Rich, you better speak up, but I'm getting cloudy over here.
Well, I was just going to say is obviously we got to finalize the language, but can we just also make it clear that in any condition that the master plan, the actual documents that are associated with the application deviate from, or if there's a discrepancy between that and the conditions, that the conditions control? Is that okay to work that into the language? If it's already in there, that's fine. I just want to make sure as we got moving parts here before this gets finalized.
It's in there as condition 31.
Okay, perfect.
I'm asking, is there any further questions from these two? No. Thank you both. Be seated. All right, now we will call council into deliberation. Ms. Archer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you to everyone. Holy cow, what a long night. These don't often happen, and when they do, they are so painful. But for all the neighbors and community members who came out today, I just wanted you to know how much I respect hearing from all of you. You had a lot of awesome things to say. Your comments, your photos, they make it so clear why you love your neighborhoods. It's very obvious, and I can understand your desire to keep them just the way they are. I totally get that. Several comments were mentioned that are part of what this council has purview over, and several of the comments you made are not. They're not actually within our purview, and if it weren't so late, I had a whole list here that I was going to walk through to explain, but there is not time for that. The one thing that didn't get mentioned in all of everyone's comments tonight was the actual owner of this property, because Pulte does not currently own this property, and I just wanted to make sure that the property owner and their rights were also mentioned, at least in this discussion here this evening. I do think it would be awesome if a conservation group or the state of North Carolina or somebody with funds had purchased this property and turned it into a preserve, maybe honored the natural heritage program, but that's just not where we're at, unfortunately. So when it comes down to it, I see positives and drawbacks to this application, which is the case for me with most applications. I do believe that staff, as well as the people sitting up here this evening, have navigated this as well as we possibly can. I feel like we've really tried to balance those out. I do want to say that the applicant will be required to comply with a lot of federal and state environmental laws and protections. So there are those in place. They'll have to follow things like a sediment and erosion control plan, and town staff and verifies and inspects those sorts of things. And just quite frankly, there are a lot of activities that are permitted in areas like this and through state and federal agencies. And I know this is something that Councilman Casey and I continue to research about how it might be appropriate for the town to sometimes go above and beyond those state and federal requirements. But for overall tonight, for the work we've all done, I'm in favor of this application as it stands with the conditions mentioned.
Anybody else? Are you making that in the form of a motion?
Yeah.
Are there no other comments? Then I'm happy to introduce a motion.
I just think we need to capture some of the additional conditions, the double silt fence along all the riparian buffers, the condition on steep slopes. You know, even though I know it's part of the UDO, that's something that they've, that, and then the condition, the work with the neighbors on some sort of buffer, you know, that there's more collaboration there. I don't know how you want to word it, where you feel comfortable about it, but that one too.
I'm sorry, but I'm still got an issue with that because it is so hard to take a neighborhood of 75 or 100 people and everybody walk through the woods and they go, oh no, save this one. Oh no, save that one. Oh no. Like, I think that's overreach.
I was just asking the applicant. That's all. I mean, I would like to hear.
Well, I'm just saying for the record that the applicant wouldn't have to agree with that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking her to give me the condition.
We have relayed to the point person that we were given that the offer stands, and they have my phone number, my email, they've texted. So the offer still stands that we're willing to meet on site and walk the buffer. I don't know how you condition that, but we want to be good neighbors.
And I know you do. That's why I'm asking this. I'm not saying you have to do this. I'm letting her give me her have the floor on how she would like to condition that.
I don't know.
Or just good faith, I guess.
Yes, I mean, I'm willing to put on the public record that we will offer it again. I will reach out again.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Thank you. Happy? Thanks.
I was willing to make a motion. I'm okay with the good faith effort. I don't know about conditionalizing it. I think the double silt fencing is actually already in there as a condition. I don't know which number though, but I believe that was in there.
Yeah, I think I was just asking about all the riparian buffers.
Okay.
Just not moose.
And so you were okay with adding the language to say all riparian buffers would have double silt fencing? Or what did we say, east of Brook Hill Drive or?
I said east, but I just wanted further clarification on it. So.
The riparian buffers on the west side are very minimal, so yes, I mean, if you would like us to add that, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So to just tally this up then, we had 2 changes to traffic conditions for conditions 19 and 20. In addition, we have a condition for double silt fencing on all riparian buffers. And this is a Rich or Conrad or someone question, but I do think it would be quite a little bit odd to conditionalize something that's in the UDO about steep slopes, but if they have agreed to it, so if you want me to have that as a condition, we have never done that before, so I just wanted to check that. Oh,
I don't think that's necessary.
okay. Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion to approve to adopt ordinance 2024-04-03 with the statement of consistency and reasonableness, option 2, approval inconsistent with the future land use map, including all the goals and strategies listed with that option. I'm sorry, as well as the conditions noted for silt fencing, and then the 2 traffic conditions.
All right, we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second for adoption of ordinance 2024-04-03 and the statement of consistency and reasonableness. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 And opposed, no.
Aye.
The majority rules and the ayes have it. When you do not vocalize your vote, it means you are in favor. So I did not hear any aye or no from the 2 members to my right. So that means they voted in favor. I'm sorry. Thank you. Well, then I stand corrected and we have a 4-1 vote in favor. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Can we call for a break? Like 15 minutes? All right, I'd like to call our meeting back to order, and at this time, we need to approve the wastewater allocation.
Mayor, Town Council, quick follow-up. I just want to say the number that should be in the resolution is a total of 200,750 gallons, so that would be the request. Quick follow-up action item from previous.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt wastewater resolution 2024-34.
We got a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the adoption of wastewater resolution 2024-34. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, up next is public hearing, fiscal year 2025 manager recommended budget. Mr. Capola.
Mayor, Council, appreciate
How about now? All right, better. Sorry. Good evening, Rich Capola, Town Manager. Appreciate you guys hanging with us today. I know it's been a long day since we've been together with the work session and everything, but this is the culmination of many, many months of work from the staff standpoint, as well as you all, to be able to thankfully be able to deliver manager's recommended budget for fiscal year 25 for you all to consider. As you know, the town continues to have very good fiscal policies, as well as being good standing, but we still have a lot of needs that we're trying to deliver for the residents. So the budget we've prepared for you this year, we feel like maintains or maintains or enhances some of the levels of service that we're being able to provide, as well as make some difficult decisions for us to be able to move forward with some projects that are really critical to the growth of the community right now. So I'm going to go through this a little bit quick because I know it's late here tonight and many of you have already seen this. So if there's anything that you'd like additional clarity or information, let me know. So as we sit here this evening, the recommended budget for you currently on the general fund side would be just over $53.5 million. The water and sewer fund is balanced at $59.5 million, and the electric fund is balanced at $19.5 million. The slide you have here on the screen breaks that up into kind of the big bucket categories with regards to salaries, contracts, operating expenses, programs, et cetera. If you have any questions, happy to have that conversation. But essentially, when all this adds up, you are sitting here with about $133 million operation for fiscal year 25 at the town of Clayton. As part of the fiscal year budget, we had a lot of requests from different staff or from different departments for additional staffing. After evaluating those through our process, we are recommending the addition of 25 total FTEs. As you can see on the screen here, those range from everywhere from the administration or the communications department for, it says webmaster, it's really more of a web content manager title is probably the working title. Additional utility and billing specialists, as we grow, the volume of things that we're doing continues to grow. We need some additional horsepower there. Big increase for this year, which is a value add for us, is the addition of 6 firefighter positions that will allow us to enhance our response from a fire and rescue perspective. An additional administrative deputy manager or administrative level position, an additional IT person, as well as 2 police officers. So those are the recommended positions that will be full year budgeted. In the light blue, you can see those are positions that we're deferring to mid-year. We have some reorganization going on, as well as some positions that are still open in planning, as well as administration and purchasing. So at the mid-year review, we will reevaluate those needs based on some other positions getting filled. And if we still feel they're warranted, we will go ahead and greenlight those for after January 1 to go ahead and recruit. On the wastewater side, down at the bottom, water and sewer side, we have several additional positions, just again, growth in the system, as well as with the Sam's Branch facility, water reclamation facility coming online in mid to late 2025. We've got to start staffing up now so we can get people on board and get them trained up so that they're ready to take over that facility when it opens. The ones in the darker blue, those are positions that at this time we've deferred. At mid-year, we will consider them again, just depending on how some other things play out. But as of right now, those are not funded in any way in the recommended budget. How does that all break down? So where do the funds come from? As you can see, the big one every year is the ad valorem taxes, the property taxes, vehicle taxes, that kind of thing, followed by our state revenues, intergovernmental transfers, and then kind of a potpourri of different funding sources, permits and fees, sales and services, grants and donations. But as always, our ad valorem taxes are the brunt of, or the largest revenue generator. In terms of where those dollars go, this pie chart probably looks very similar to a lot of the results that you remember seeing from the fiscal year, the budget survey that was done earlier this year. Public safety being a headliner on that, as well as public works. If you recall, public safety and infrastructure, maintaining and enhancing infrastructure were two of our largest budget survey responses in terms of where the money should be spent. That plays out here as well. But then you can see just overall just how the rest of the, on the general fund side particularly, the rest of that $59.5 million breaks down. So the highlights, the general fund is recommended, or excuse me, 53.5 for the general fund. So the general fund is balanced at $53.5 million. That includes a capital outlay of approximately $9.9 million. Our intent will be to leverage some debt financing and use fund balance appropriation to balance the budget. Water and sewer fund is balanced at $59.5 million. That includes capital outlay of approximately $18 million. This is based on a 12.2% combined rate increase recommended for FY25. If you recall last year, that increase was appearing to be closer to 16.3, so we were able to get that down lower just based on some scheduling and some other funding opportunities that have come our way. Additionally, an electric fund, it is balanced at a recommended approximately $9.5 million with $2.6 million of capital outlay. This is based on a 3% rate increase that's recommended with fiscal year 24. Originally, that was compared to a 5% increase in the prior year's model. So again, we were able to make some decisions to defer some things as well as take advantage of some financing opportunities. One thing I will note with the electric fund, with our agreement through Electricities for the purchase of power, there is what we call a true-up bill that we received from Duke Energy a few years ago when the natural gas prices kind of spiked on us. That is one of the triggers in our agreement that says that they can then true up whatever their costs are after the fact and charge all of us Electricities municipalities that are members. That bill was sent to us, so that's part of the reason that we still have an increase this year. Once those bills get paid off, though, hopefully we'll go back to a normalized level. And again, as mentioned previously, 25 new positions included at approximately $1.5 million total cost. How do we get to these places, or how do these recommendations? We've been reviewing the consumer price index. That's still about 3.4%, looking at April of this year as compared to 4.9%. So again, inflation and the cost of things, including a lot of the things that we have to purchase to be able to do the operations around here, continue to rise. That's confirmed as well through the personal consumption expenditures index, which was up 2.7% in March. Right now, the Federal Reserve is still trying to rein in inflation to approximately that 2% level. We had some favorable results with it dropping, with CPI dropping slightly this month by about 1/10 of a point. So if that trend occurs, then we may see some rate increases, but they did downward adjust, or they did adjust their expectations instead of having 3 rate reductions in 24 and shifted to maybe just 1. That also means, though, that if that starts reducing what we have seen as a opportunity for us in terms of our revenue growth over the last few years, which is our investment income, we'll start seeing that a downward decline in that as well. Overall, from an economy standpoint, the GDP continued to increase in fourth quarter of 23. So there are some positives there, but and with that, the Fed does not predict a recession right now, at least in the latest information that we've got, but fears of stagflation is sitting around. So as normal with the budgets that we prepare here at the town of Clayton, we have taken a very conservative approach to this to make sure that if any of these economic indicators turn for the worse, that we are still positioned in a good, healthy position, Major highlight, or excuse me, a major assumption for this year, as we discussed last year when we went through the prioritization for the CIP projects, to be able to deliver the projects that were deemed to be the top 10 most pressing in our minds, or based on our evaluation, there was going to have to be additional revenue generated to be able to deliver those projects over the next 5 years. Based on the current RIA model, an increase this year of 5 cents on the tax rate would be able to fully fund those top 10 projects for us to be able to deliver those over the next 5 years. That 5-cent increase would take our tax rate to 65 cents per. We assumed a 99.75% collection rate because we have been very successful through through the collection with Johnston County. But what that would do is create a reserve fund that would be able to pay for the total of $87.5 million of projects that include LAPP projects, that's a locally administered projects program through Campo. Basically, we use a portion of our funds, match it with federal funds, and can deliver deliver projects from a transportation standpoint that meet certain criteria. We have a few of those already in the hopper that we've been approved for. So again, leveraging a few dollars to be able to get projects that cost many. We have a Main Street improvement project to be able to take that over from DOT and do a new streetscape and utilities projects there. We have 2 public safety complexes, which would be 2 combined fire/police stations, one on the north side of town, kind of north of the river, one on the west side of town. Based on the studies that have been done by the fire department, those are our 2 most immediate needs, and we already have those in process. A public safety training facility that would encompass a training location for all of our staff and possibly be able to use that regionally with other partners. We have a couple road projects called the Southern Connector that would basically extend roads or widen roads to be able to improve not only traffic congestion but also response times from a fire and police response. We have some kind of good housekeeping items with the operations facility needing a new warehouse and some other storage and other improvements needed there as we grow. And then a renovation to the library that we've discussed several times that would be able to modernize our current facility. With that, ad valorem property taxes, we believe will grow approximately 15%. Total value of a penny this year will be approximately $318,467. With regards to sales tax revenue, which has really been a windfall for us over the last several years as things have been growing, we are actually seeing a dip in the other direction at this time. So we have downward estimated our total sales tax revenues this year for this coming fiscal year. Still very healthy, still very good. We just don't want to get overestimate and not be able to deliver on the projects or the services that we're trying to provide. Another thing that's changed this year, we've had conversations in work session. The county is going to a single tax district, so the funding matrix, as they call it, is going to be a little different for this year. Still very supportive from the Claytex Fire District in the areas that we serve, but it is just a little bit different model, so we've had to adjust for that. And one thing that we are projecting is that our development revenue will decline slightly over the last several years. We saw a very big boom for a period of time there with some projects accelerated as well as some large projects that have come through. We don't see any of those in the immediate horizon, so we are trying to project that accordingly. From an employee standpoint, as we've done in the years past, we're proposing a 5% pool. Of that 5%, 2% we're recommending to be a COLA administered effective July 1st for all full-time and permanent part-time staff. The balance of that pool will be utilized for our merit system. As we've discussed previously, we are transferring the employee compensation program to be more based on the merit side of the equation, not so much as the COLA as it has been through these kind of COVID years. So the 5% pool represents a total combination of COLA and a future merit that the staff can get on or after January 1, excuse me. One item we do want to bring to your attention, the state health plan employer contribution has increased to 11.2%. There's a lot of assumptions in there from the state treasurer's office who administers that program. Depending on some requests they have for some true up money at the General Assembly, that number may rise a little bit. So while we have healthy reserves that we would be able to hopefully weather any storm, we are going to be watching that closely to see if there's any significant changes from that 11.2% projection. And again, that the reimbursement that the state health plan is asking for was related to those COVID-19 expenses. And then the last change is the NC retirement fund. The employer contribution increased 0.75% for general and 1% for law enforcement. And again, those are statutory requirements. To balance this budget, we did recommend using $0.9 million of fund balance. The majority of that is going towards the street program. If you recall, 2 years ago, we did not fully deliver on the total package of streets. That money fell back into the general fund balance. We'd like to go ahead and appropriate that this year. We've got a good program planned that will, I believe the bidding is this week.
Yeah, it's currently on the street, had the pre-bid, and bids are coming in later this week, if I'm not mistaken.
So with that bid, we intend to utilize FY24 funds and then stretch that contract over into FY25 so we can go ahead and deliver all of that through this summer and into the end of the year. We also assumed about $2.7 million of total installment financing for rolling stock. That's our vehicles, our equipment that we purchase, as well as IT infrastructure if needed. There's a pretty significant effort that we'll be doing to convert our servers. So that would be an item that we would be looking at the total, whatever the total cost is there to possibly do that as a debt financing. Property maintenance recently was reassigned. It was a standalone department. Now it is part of Public Works or Public Services. So if you've been reading through your reports and it looks like that number suddenly went up significantly from last year, it's because those two departments have been combined at this point. So all of our facilities, grounds, cemeteries, and custodial expenditures are now back under Public Works' total budget. The other move that you may see if you're getting into the details, we consolidated the salaries and benefits that were spread out over multiple divisions in the fire department, all under the administration department. So again, if you see a big number jump in one category, you should see basically zero in the next one. So that just explains some of the big swings there. The last thing is one of the things that we had discussed with 1898 and Co. when they were here regarding the electric fund was to move our metric for ensuring that we've got a healthy utility to 120 days of cash on hand for the electric fund. So that 3% increase incorporates making sure that we have a healthy reserve at the 120 days as well. So some final thoughts. We continue to use the budget funds. We continue to try to use the budget funds in an efficient manner. We've had a strong, this past year, strong emphasis on the strategic planning and master planning to be able to give us the best data that we can to have better informed decisions. We've been focused on trying to complete a lot of those projects that were already in process before we take on any of these new ones. As well as made adjustments along the way as coming out of COVID and those market adjustments that are necessary for either cost or timing delays. In general, just trying to inject more uniformity and efficiency in our process throughout the organization to make us better every day. I do want to note that major fund balance appropriations are not going to be sustainable in the general fund budget. We've had to use that the last couple of years. Again, this year, the budget appropriation that we're doing is really specific to the streets program and to be able to kind of make up for a year that we fell a little bit short. But overall, we are going to have to keep an eye on where our revenues are. The revenues are not growing at the same speed as the demands, so we're going to have to get creative. We will look at performing an annual debt capacity and affordability analysis with the CIP every year like we've been doing so that we can continue to understand the affordability of the things that we need to deliver, as well as look at implementing an organization study to just get more efficient with what we've got. On our water sewer fund, those will require additional increases as we move forward. Again, the cost of everything from labor to materials, chemicals, anything that we pretty much do to be able to provide the services we do, those costs start to continue to rise. However, we are starting to see some more stability within the overall markets. So over time, I believe that should hopefully stabilize. But again, increases will still be needed, particularly with the major capital projects that we've got coming up. On the electoral fund, similar, those cost pressures are still there, but we see those to be much more nominal over the next 5 years based on our modeling currently. We've got strong growth, but that is impacting all of the components of our operations. Some of that economic uncertainty as well, again, leads us to make sure that we have a very conservative approach when we're looking at what the revenues that we're currently generating are. Our strong financial health does require long-term health or long-term planning, so we are going to have to look at where we can leverage debt issuance like bonds or other installment financing, much like we've done and recommended here in this budget. Next year is a big year for us. That's reevaluation That hasn't been done for 6 years here in Johnston County, so we are anticipating with the growth that we've seen and the costs of everything, that there will be a significant readjustment of those assessed values. If you call several months back when Wake County did theirs, that was after 4 years, and their average was approximately 53%. So we are awaiting to see how Johnston County has fared over the last 6 years. With that, next year we will be having conversations about revenue neutral and kind of what the rate needs to be. But for now, we got to go ahead and put ourselves on a good path for success with regards to the needs that we have in front of us. As always, we're going to continue to look at that grant funding opportunities whenever feasible, and if not, there's some other tools in the toolbox that we have not fully vetted yet, whether it's municipal service districts, tax increment financing, or some other or enterprise utilities that could be formed to help offset some current pressures. With that, I will go ahead and take any questions from you all, or it is a public hearing, and I'll turn it over to the mayor to take us from here.
Any questions for staff? If not, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wish to speak, please step forward and state your name for the record.
Michael Grants, 215 Beaufort Loop, Clayton, North Carolina, 27527. And Mr. Mayor, Council, it's a pleasure to be here. I only have 3 things to say. I think you guys did a great job tonight on Overlook North, and it's a pleasure to see how you guys are operating. And as you well know, I was up on that side for just a couple of years, and it's a pleasure to see that, in my experience, it's every bit as good as it was, but I really think it's better. So thank you.
Thank you.
Second comment is, I have to admit, I was surprised when I saw the 5-cent increase. That's going to be a hard sell. I know you're going to get a lot of pushback. Based on what I read today and listening to Rich, I get it. I know you don't like doing that, but I also know you're fiscally responsible. And I know the team is as well. And that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. And the last thing is a recommendation. A lot of folks in the development where I live know I used to be on the council. And not only from them, but other citizens in town through various organizations I belong to, have a real gripe about why in the hell is my water bill and my sewer bill different and higher. And I talked to Mike about this a little earlier this evening, also Rich. I think it might be good if maybe we could put a flyer out with our utility bills with an explanation about that. Whether or not people would ever agree with it, that's anybody's guess. But at least, I think, coming from the town, now they're going to be informed. And they can't come back and say, well, nobody told me. Now, I know that doesn't include every citizen in the town, pretty close, but not everyone, but the vast majority. So consider that as a possibility. And that's all I have. Actually, that's not true. Do a good job on this. I know the staff has, and I trust you guys enough that I know you will too. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael Granis. All right, so no one else wishing to speak, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the council for their discussion. Ms. Archer.
Thank you for this budget and for the several discussions that we've had today, especially we had our work session question and answer, and I feel like we got a lot of clarity. And I was just curious, at this time, I'm very comfortable with the budget. I'm fine with proposing a motion to adopt it. Thought I'd get a read on the rest of the council and how they feel about that this evening.
Is it action?
That would be an action item, yes. It would be a motion to approve the budget as presented. But, we could go either way on it. It could be at the next meeting or it could be tonight, since we've had our few meetings about it thus far, as well as our question and answer session today.
I mean, I'm fine waiting until the next meeting, just because the way the original agenda was posted.
Majority wants to do it.
Well, I was okay for tonight, or whatever, the pleasure of the group.
Okay. Well, in that case, it does actually sound like the majority of us are in favor of going ahead and taking action on it this evening. So unless there are other recommendations from staff or the mayor on that topic. Okay. Then it would be just simply a motion to approve the fiscal year 2025 manager recommended budget. Okay, then I will enter that as a motion at this time.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the fiscal year 2025 manager recommended budget. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, like sign. And the motion carries. Thank you.
If I could just take a moment, just say thank you very much to all of you for your support throughout this process. I know it's been a long about 6 months really since we started this, and there's been a lot of good conversation, a lot of tough decisions, but wouldn't have recommended what we've got here today if we didn't think that this is what the community needed and deliver on what they've asked for. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank all the people that have put a lot of work into this, particularly on the staff side, all of our department heads and even in our leadership teams within their different work areas. A lot of hours have gone into getting us the data to be able to come to this point. But I do need to give a couple shout outs to our executive team over here that have spent painstakingly sat through some meetings trying to get to a balanced budget, and particularly Mr. McKay, who's our numbers guy always at the end of the day. And I'd also like to give a shout out to Todd Melton, our brand new budget manager, who walked into this process about 10 minutes after it started and had to strap in. The bus slowed down just slow enough the train slowed down just slow enough for him to hop on and keep moving. So appreciate all his hard work with trying to get up to speed and help us get to this point. But again, thank you for your support on this, and we're looking forward to closing out FY24 and jumping into fiscal year 25.
Well, we appreciate the good work by our management team, our manager, our executive team, and all of our staff at the town of Clayton. And, I just think it's important to state that anytime this council in the last 20 years has requested an increase in the tax rate, it has always been for very good and very well justified reasons. And this year, I don't find to be any different. Although I do think what is most important is that this county reevaluation process is getting ready to be upon us. And Johnston County, Clayton is unlike Johnston County in the fact that we don't have $250 million sitting in our savings account. And Johnston County is going to increase the tax evaluation on every property in Johnston County, from $1 million farms to agricultural acreage. It's all going up. And they are not going to have to increase their tax rate because this is the method by which they operate. And it's fair. And it's a best practice all across this country. But it is also a best practice in the town of Clayton that once that evaluation takes place, that reevaluation takes place, that this council has an opportunity to look at our tax rate and to determine if it can come down. And I do feel certain that the 65 cent will be a very short-lived rate. And I'm not saying that we will be fortunate enough to go to revenue neutral when this reevaluation takes place, but we can certainly jump back down off of this 65 cent. And while 5 cent may sound like a tremendous amount, and it is in many people's lives, it really only generates for the town of Clayton about $1.5 million or $1.6 million in revenue. And we just saw on the slide that the 25 new positions that are needed to continue the town of Clayton to provide the level of service that we are known for is a $1.5 million expense. So it isn't like you asked for more than what you needed. It isn't like you asked for more than what Clayton needs. And it is never easy to have to increase your tax rate, but it does show the level of commitment that you all have for the town of Clayton, for the citizens of Clayton, and for the positions that you hold. And I salute you for that, and thank you. All right, if there's nothing else to come before this council, I'm skipping over staff reports because I can. And there's no one here that wishes to speak for informal discussion or public comment. I will not be as bold to say we're not going to have council comments. So I will say, are any council comments at this time? Okay, good. So with that being said, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss a real property purchase in accordance with.
Second.
And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And motion carries.
Business to come before this board this evening? If not, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Good night.